can't tell you about how to live your life, but could you just hear me out? I've been thinking about the time I snuck in your house and then your dad kicked me out. What was that all about? I'm freaking out and I know that I can't tell you about how to live your life, but could you just hear me out? I've been thinking about the time I snuck in your house and then your dad kicked me out. What was that all about? I'm freaking out and I know that I can't tell you about how to live your life, but could you just hear me out? I've been thinking about the time I snuck in your house and then your dad kicked me out. What was that all about?
Hit me up again and you're fucking faded. Never learn my lesson, guess I'm fucking jaded. Open up the message and you're almost naked. Wait, what? I hate the way you treated me. Think I left a piece of me somewhere in your bed where we used to meet. I should let this phone ring. Pick it up, don't say a thing. Look at what you do to me. I can't even think. Take another pill. And I guess the timing was not right. But is it ever really though? And you said you don't want her again. Oh, and I can't seem to forget all the things you said back then. I can't forget.
Hi everybody, welcome in. How are you doing? What's up? Good morning. My throat is so sore from last time. I don't even know why. Oh, Jesus. Hi everyone, how are you doing? What's up? Perfectly timed, thank you. I'm getting better. That's what it is. I thought the same because of the test messages. Wait, what did you guys think? Do you think I broke the stream? Test. Thank you, Eyes. What's up, Kay? Welcome in. Hi, how are you doing? What's up? Congratulations on redeeming second. Zillion, congratulations on redeeming first. Interestingly, you went for second before the first. You could have got first, man. You could have. Hi, Tanya. Welcome in. Nice try. How are you doing? What's up? Nice to see you. Thank you for the leave, Justin. Drexel. Oh. Thank you. Oh no, psycho parents are the worst. They really are. Today is gonna be pretty psychology heavy. Sorry. Today's gonna be pretty psychology heavy. I'm just gonna be like telling you about stuff, basically. I do also have a really embarrassing music video from a dude who is not a good parent. So, GG. Lozenge. That's how you do it. That's how you do it efficiently. You just crunch it. Yeah, what? I'm gonna be sucking on a lozenge for the next half an hour? You think I have time for that business? No, I don't. Are you crunching lozenges like a psychopath? I would know. You're not supposed to chew them. Well, you're not supposed to be so lame, Sky Guy. Take that! Yeah! How does that feel? Exactly. Embrace it. Hello. I bite ice cream. You what? Oh my god, are you the sort of person that doesn't have sensitive teeth? Do you actually have like non-sensitive teeth? You lucky bastard. You know there is a reason you should suck those. I am aware. Yeah, I feel like they don't work if you just eat them. I feel like I ruined it. Anyway. It's too late now. I didn't know Benny did music videos. Oh my god, Benny. Oh, do you know what? I'm gonna put Ben Hart down on the motive. Hopefully we won't get time to dip into more Ben Hart, because I think we've done enough Ben Hart, man. I really think we have. I choose soup. Y'all make me so sad sometimes. Don't know what it is. You freak me out. You're a freaky bunch of weirdos, and I love it. I love it. I'm a weirdo too. Guess what? I don't fit in. I don't want to fit in. Sorry. Hi, Anton. Welcome in. There's more Benihana drama. There's always more Benihana drama. We didn't watch his most recent video explaining how you can get 20-something thousand followers in only 6 days or 2 weeks or however long. And I really want to watch it. If you don't know, then Benihana stuff. Basically, he got into a fight with his daughter, saying I didn't abandon her, even though he probably abandoned her. Big public YouTube fight, 10-minute, 30-minute, 50-minute response videos. He's an odd duck, and he just keeps posting weird shit, and I just love it. I love it so much. I love it so much that I just keep returning to it, and I just don't know why. Oh, by the way, guess what there's a new season of? I'm gleeful. Tell me, what's there a new season of? MILF Manor! Yes, there is. There is a new season of MILF Manor, which, by the way, also is bad parenting. So, you know, if we run out of stuff to talk about, there's an option too. MILF Manor, if you don't know... MILF Manor is basically... I chose the wrong time to come in, or the right time. Anyway, MILF Manor is a TV show where parents or mothers go on in pairs with their sons and they date. Not the mothers with their own sons, but like the mothers with other mothers' sons. But in front of each other. It's the worst show to ever have been made, and it's my favorite show of all time. But I wish that it didn't exist, and I hope they should just burn everyone who's a part of it. All of the producers who made it and was instrumental in coming up with that idea, I hope they go to prison for the rest of their lives. But also, it's my favorite show of all time, and I'm so happy that it does exist. But it should not exist, but it's brilliant. So, it's a very weird way of swinging. It really is. It really is. It's like that one Lonely Island song. I don't know to which one you refer, but I'm gonna go ahead and pretend. Hold on. Yeah, it is. Oh my god, that's so funny. Was that convincing? Hi, Rats. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow, Duff. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What's her name? Oedipus Exchange? Better. MILF Manor. So good. So good. So good. And there's a new season, so I feel like we could probably pop onto it at some point if we wanted to. It fits the vibe. It fits the theme. So GG's. Well, the entire show is written so that the mums would get it on with their own sons. But since that's not going to happen, they try and put together the mums and the other young guys. No, genuinely. There's challenges where they have to give blindfolded massages and they don't know which one's their own son. So they all act super sexual all the time, regardless of who's giving them the... It's really weird. It's really weird. It smells of Freud. Getting that Freudian whiff, as it were. Do any of the mums get lucky? All the time. All the time. You're in a house full of MILFs. What do you expect them to do? You know what I mean? Stepbrother Manor next. I mean, there was a DILF Manor, but they made it gay. Which is not a bad thing at all, but it was not written by the same production team, and it was just not as good. It was so overproduced. It was just it just didn't have MILF Manor vibes. I feel like it could have been good. And also, I don't think the sons were actually related to the dads. So, not what I expect of a DILF Manor, man. Not what I expect of a DILF Manor. I do see why they didn't want to do a dad-daughter situation, because that would be... I mean, it's already fucking gross, but I mean, I guess more people would be upset with that one. Anyway. Another thing ruined by the gay agenda. Kappa. Oh my god. One awful thing to say. No. The problem with DILF Manor is not the fact that they went for the boy route. The problem with DILF Manor is the fact that they went for the we're not actually related to any of the DILFs and we're just completely random guys. But I guess it's pretty hard. It's pretty hard to, as it were, it's pretty hard to find a gay dad with a gay son. Like there's way less of those. You know, statistically speaking, that's going to be harder to find than just any mother-son duo. So they were doomed from the start. They just shouldn't have made it. They just shouldn't have made a DILF Manor. Everyone was like, don't make a DILF Manor, and they did anyway, so. Anywho. DILF Manor sounds better. It does. No, MILF Manor has alliteration. MILF Manor's better. With the alliteration. Oh, do you just mean the title of the name? If you mean the title of the name, then you're wrong and silly. But if you mean as a concept, as a show, then GG's. I see what you mean. If we do another stream about the breakdancing dad, I'm going to lose my mind. Okay, well, technically, hold on. We only ever did the one stream on the breakdancing dad, okay? Okay? But every now and then, at the end of the stream, if we've run out of stuff to talk about, and otherwise I'm just going to stare at you awkwardly for the last 20 minutes, like this. Then I might pop you onto the latest Ben Hart update just because, you know, we're following it and it's fun and enjoyable. And hey, a bunch of you love it. Do you know how I know that? Do you know how I know that? Do you know how I know that? Because every single time I put a Ben Hart video on, my numbers shoot up by like 50 people. So some of yous are loving it. Some of yous, I know you like to pretend because you like to be cool and you like to impress your little friends. But you fucking love it and I know you do. And we're not doing a stream on Ben Hart. Sometimes I'll show you the latest video at the end of the stream if we've nothing else to do. Not that we regularly have nothing else to do because that would mean poor planning and I'm very good at planning streams. Joke's on you, I'm into that. There you go, there you go. You could learn to breakdance. You could learn, can you breakdance guys? The who throweth rockets into houses get the rocks bounce back and hits them in the face. People in houses shouldn't throw rocks. Little bitch. Do you know how to windmill yet? I'm working on it, Marty. I'm working on it. Everyone can break dance. It's just a question of how well. That's what I say about instruments as well. I say that about instruments all the time. Anyone can play anything, just poorly. You can do anything, just poorly. You can be an engineer, but a bad one, and then you kill a bunch of people. Hashtag Boeing. Did you know the second whistleblower has been, I don't want to say assassinated, allegedly, mysteriously died. I'll eat my rocks. Oof, the engineer one hits hard. Oh dear. Hi, Josh. Welcome in. How are you doing? Unless you play curling, then you should throw rocks at houses. I think that's bad. That's bad advice. Not that I'm qualified to give you advice, but that's bad advice. Hi, Josh. Welcome. Sounds fishy. Tis. Very tis. So, today's stream, we are talking about whether or not psychologists make for bad parents. What do you guys think? And where am I getting that stereotype from? And have you guys heard that stereotype? And what do you think about it? And also, if you have parents that are psychologists or therapists or whatever, is it true for you? Tell me more. Hi, Solid, welcome in. There's no such thing as bad parents. Strongly disagree. What do you mean? Have you not heard of Ruby Frankie? Not that we're talking about Ruby Frankie again, but have you not heard of Ruby Frankie? She's a bad parent. Thank you. My parents are psychos. Does that qualify? Maybe. Yeah, I'll take it. Only good enough and not good enough. A not good enough parent I would use. Okay, so if you don't like the vernacular, you can equate being a bad parent to a not good enough parent. In my way of thinking about it, same thing. How many psychologists become psychologists to understand themselves? All of them, every single one. If you go into a psychology lecture, and I did psychology at uni, so I know, thank you so much. But if you go into a psychology lecture hall, the kids that are in there, they're either incredibly insecure, super full-face made-up girls, like me. Or they are emos and goths, like me. Or they're just incredibly depressed and they sit at the back of the class and they're always frowning and they're always mad and they slam doors on the way out. Like me! I'm joking, I don't think I'm any of those things, but still, those are the 3 psychologists. Or you're that weird dude at the front of the lecture that stands up and claps at the end of every single one. He has his own different mental disorder, I'm sure. Why are you clapping? You pay for this. I mean, it's nice to be like on your way out, oh, thank you for the lecture. That's lovely. That's a lovely thing to do. Or maybe if she said something super insightful, if the professor said something super insightful, you can be like, woo! Yeah! Or something, just for the humor of it all. You know, be that like punk rocker in the crowd going like, yeah! You know, or something like that. Do choose your moments though, because if you're in like a social psychology lecture and they're talking about racism or something, you don't want to go, yeah! You want to hold on, time it right. But still, who's paying for uni? Literally what do you mean? Literally every single person, at least here. Do you not pay for uni where you are? Are you Scottish? There was one Scottish kid in my uni. Not my Scottish uni, because that's fine. But I went to a English uni as well. And there was one Scottish kid in my English uni. And I asked him, hey, you know, if you're Scottish, uni in Scotland, if you go to a Scottish uni when you're Scottish, it's free? I mean, I didn't say, do you know? Because obviously he knew. But I was like, how come you didn't do that? And he just looked at me with the saddest, like on the brink of tears, the saddest look on his face. And he's like, I know. I know. I was wrong, Perry. I made a mistake, okay? Oh no. Uni's free here. Oh, is it really? Imagine not living in Germany. Oh, you bastards. Good job. Good job. You have a government that cares about you. Not that we're political, but GG's. Martin, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Dude was like, I just like giving my money. Yeah, I had a feeling that maybe he was minted. I don't think he was though. I mean, student loans, you don't have to be minted anymore. Well, yeah. Some people still can't. We only pay for private unis, but most are public, paid for by the government. There are private unis. I guess they would privatize anything, wouldn't they? Imagine paying for uni and healthcare. We don't pay for healthcare. Yet. Again, we're not political. We don't pay for healthcare. But rip Americans. Sorry, Americans. Might as well have said go back to where you came from. I did not tell the Scottish boy to go back to where he came from. I told the Scottish boy, hey, uni for you is free in Scotland. Why did you pick an English one? That's different. I was looking out for his best interest, and also the UK is one country. So thank you so much. If I said go back to where you came from, it's the same place. It's like telling your neighbor, hey, you should stay in your lane. Over the shared fence. It's like, what? Did you hear Poland will soon be wealthier than the UK? Doesn't surprise me. We live in poverty. Cause he lives. Anyway. US, we pay a ton for both healthcare and college. Sorry, guys. Sorry. You need to get it together, honestly. Y'all need to get it together. Well, technically with the waiting list of the NHS, you don't receive it either. Hey, I think it gets a bad rap. Listen. My friend had sepsis and only waited in A&E for 6 hours before he was seen to. So, you know, only 6 hours with a life-threatening immediate condition. That's fine. Whatever, it's free. The alternative is just die. The alternative is death. So GG's. My parents worked hard to send me to study at university and I was glad they did. Nice. Good job. Proud of you. He could have died. That's okay. He didn't, so GG's. I need to stop saying GG's because it's not ironic. My friend had to wait the whole night at the ER with appendicitis in Dublin. Ouch. Jesus. Appendicitis is also one of them lethal ones, isn't it? How come colds aren't lethal anymore? Oh, quality of life. Did it really change that much? I guess people were clean. We shower now. Because like in the 19th century, 18th century, Pride and Prejudice era, colds could kill you. That was only a few hundred years ago. guess I think we shower. Yeah, I think that's, we shower. Some of us shower. Yeah, sanitation, shower, doctors washing their hands, knowing what it is and not attempting other things. Appendicitis isn't that bad, right? I have no idea. I am not a doctor. I am really not a doctor. I'm not even a psychologist, okay? Exclamation mark asterisk, thanks so much. But I do feel the authority to talk about it every single stream. I know enough. They didn't have slippers. They didn't have slippers. That's very important. And as we know, based on what everything our parents have ever told us, when your feet are cold, you'll get sick. I keep trying to explain to my parents that that's not how it works. I keep trying to explain that being cold doesn't make you ill. Arguably, being really cold to the point that you're shivering can lower your defenses because you're expending more energy being cold than fighting off an illness, but you still have to be surrounded by the illness. The reason why people get sick during winter is because everyone's more indoors, less people open the window, there's less ventilation, and you share heating systems. That's why people get sick during winter. Nothing to do with the cold. But yeah, go off. Oh, I got wet hair. I'm gonna get a virus. What does that even... How? What, like my wet hair is conductive or something through osmosis? I don't get it. I never heard that saying, yeah. Wet and cold can? No, it can't. I'm not a doctor. Stay safe out there. Don't listen to anything I'm saying. Fact check me. I feel... How? Tell me why. Tell me how being wet and cold to the point that you're not too cold and expending extra energy will give you a virus. Tell me how. It can weaken your immune system. I feel like not that much though. But again, I don't. Does drowning count? Yeah, drowning makes you sick. That's a good point, Freya. That's how I got sick. Are you sure? Are you sure that's how you got sick and not that you rubbed up against someone who was sick? Explain getting sick during summer then. You're right, Fab, because as we know, when it gets hot, viruses cease to exist. Take that! Feminists? What? I've started saying that, but some people don't know that I'm being sarcastic. I just find it really funny. Like, something completely unrelated and being like, take that, feminists, or take that, vegans, or whatever it is. I'm pro both of those things, but... but I just find it funny. It's just totally unrelated, and I just... take that! I'm sorry. Oh no. It's anecdotal and an old wives' tale. I like that you spelled tale like that. An old wives' tale. It is, it's true. I went outside in the cold without stim packs. Well, that's how you get sick. That's a bad idea. Yeah, absolutely. Getting sick is bad visualizing. If you had enough faith in God and you were good at manifesting your dreams and hopes, you don't get sick. Like last stream. They believe that if you had enough faith in God, then if a rattlesnake, a really super venomous rattlesnake bit you, you wouldn't die. Spoiler, bunch of people died. Yikes. They're okay though. They love it. They were ready. There was a dude who was like, if I die from a snake bite, then that's just my calling. It's my time to go. God has decided. Go off. Go off, Andrew. I guess it's his choice. Like, there's a broader conversation here that we're not going to get into, but still. Pray the sick away. It doesn't help. It doesn't hurt, though. Not the snake thing. But having a good mindset. It's really, really interesting. I don't want to sound like a podcast boy, but having a good mindset, placeboing, optimism, positivity, genuinely really, really helps. Also, lowering your stress. Stress kills you. It's really bad. It's really bad being stressed out. That's why we should all return to subsistence farming. I swear to God. We should all return to the land. But don't drink unpasteurized milk. Thank you. In general. My dad's a psychologist. Oh, tell me more, Blob. Was he good? You don't need to answer that question if you don't want to. But what's your experience? But you also don't need to answer that. Just blanket general rule. You guys don't need to answer anything I ask you ever. And it's not like, I'll know. You know, you just don't message. And then I'll keep talking about something else and you're fine. You know what I mean? Like, you can just ignore me at any point in time, and that's cool. We will return to the land at the end. I want to be reincarnated as a cockroach, because then we'll survive some apocalypses. I don't know if that's true, but in apocalyptic landscapes, cockroaches are always milling about. Pretty regular parents. Nice. He wasn't perfect, but I had a safe childhood. Nice. Yeah, good job. Okay, awesome. Happy that you felt safe. My lawyer said I'm not required to respond. Fair enough. I would trust your lawyer. Lunchbox, hi. Returned to the land and had a failed crop harvest. Now I'm stressed again. That's a good point, actually. I feel like people who were subsistence farming or people who subsistence farm now, subsistence farming is when you farm for you and your community. Like, you're not farming to sell it on. That's subsistence. To sustain you. I don't know if that's what subsistence means, but still. Anyway, that's what it is. People who do that, I feel like a lot of them are pretty stressed, actually. So I think I'm wrong. But anyway. Just because you live healthy doesn't mean you won't catch a disease. That's true. That is absolutely true. They're everywhere. Why are we talking about illness? Did I start this or did you start this? Well, I'll finish it. Farming for your community is communism. I'm joking. I'm joking. I don't know. I'm not political. Because this show is sick. MILF Manor. It is. There's a new season. Where hair makes you sick? No. Winter makes you sick? Yes, kind of. Yes, in a roundabout way. I just sneezed 5 times. Can Twitch make me sick? Yes. It's me. Because I'm a sick guy. Sick dude. I was thinking about doing a stream. Tell me if you're into this for tomorrow, maybe. I was thinking about doing a stream on transvestigators, as Film Cooper calls them. A transvestigator are those weird TikTok people that are constantly trying to prove that famous celebrities are actually men. Secretly men. For no reason whatsoever. Like Dua Lipa. And they like circle her bones and stuff. And they're like, oh, clearly she's a man. So harasses. Absolutely insane trolls. Yeah. And I was thinking about doing a stream on why they would do that. Like psychologically, really getting in there, deep dive into their psyche and being like, why would you do this? Why? What's the goal? Dua Lipa would be her name if she was a guy. I heard about that, about Amaranth. Yeah, I've seen it everywhere. Like people keep being like, oh, they're actually a man. Why? And also, first of all, absolutely delusional. Second of all, why? Third of all, so? Even if it's true, so? Transvestigators be like a woman. If a woman is more than 5'7" and has a lower voice, she's a man. If she has a particularly prominent neck, she's a man because I can see Adam's apple. No, you can't. That's just the throat, my guy. It's just the throat. Also, some women do have a little, some women have outy vaginas. And it's okay, and it's perfectly normal, and it's perfectly beautiful. You carry on. Put a 1 in the chat if you have... No, I'm joking. I'm joking! You have the right to remain silent. Oh, yeah, this is about when I said you don't have to answer anything. Oh my god, Dion, that was ages... Dion, refresh your page! My god, that was so long ago. Jesus Christ, Dion. Hi, Steve. Hi, Rach. How are you going? What's up? Hi, Dan. So the parents who abused their kids were just not good enough. That goes back to the beginning because I didn't see Steve's message in time. But I like that because it gets us back on topic. Yes, parents who abuse their kids were just not good enough. Yeah, I don't know. Hedgehog, tell me, if you're still here, tell me more. Why do you believe that there's no such thing as a bad parent? Just parents who are good enough and not good enough. Why do you make that distinction? Genuinely asking. You might be onto something that I've ignored. Do tell me if you're still around. Because I feel like abusive parents are bad. Like, I feel like that's fine to say they're bad parents, People who learn psychology learn biology too, right? Yes, usually. Yeah, it's very hard to learn psychology without, like learning about the brain. And neuroscience is just biology of the brain. It's the same thing. It's very hard to do psychology without a little bit of that. Some people go for the more behavioral route and the social route, and they try, or they not try on purpose, but they steer away from that and focus on a different area. But you still have to learn a little bit. The whole thing in psychology now, like the main thing that people are trying to do is find what they call neural correlates of various behaviors. So they'll basically analyze a dude and be like, they're a dick. How specifically they're a dick? Oh, they do this, and this. And then for each one of those things, they'll be like, okay, what's going on in their brain when they do that? For example, if you have a mood disorder and you're all mood swingy, what's happening in your brain when you have a mood swing. Neural correlates, aka something, your behavior correlates to something going on in your neurons in your brain. So, yeah. Oh, thank you, Chris. I do it that. Super reliable. Sorry. Yeah, no. That's the one thing that I can say for certain that I do. Same day, same time, every single goddamn week. Sometimes I'm a few minutes late, but you need to chill out about that, guys. You need to chill out. You need to stop freaking out if I come a minute late to the stream. Like, you'll survive. Who even notices? Why are you keeping track of me, as stalkers? I'm sorry. It's my bad. I'll be on time. I am on time. Because labeling parents as bad or good isn't helpful. Like, what even is a good parent? And if you're not a good parent, does that make you a bad one? Oh, so it's about extremes as well. I understand the not helpful things. There's a lot of things that are technically true to say or could be true to say, but it doesn't matter because it's not helpful. There's loads of things that can apply to, which makes sense. I mean, it's the same reason you shouldn't call people like mass murderers evil or monsters. It's the same thing. Even though they've committed an act that you could describe as evil, if you subscribe to the idea of evil existing, but it's definitely an evil act, right? Or a monstrous act. You shouldn't refer to them as a monster. That's my qualm with We Need to Talk About Kevin. The film We Need to Talk About Kevin. He was not like that from a baby. That's not what happens. That's not why people do that. It's not. It's a completely wrong psychological profile. It's a good movie. I enjoyed the movie, but the psychological profile of Kevin does not fit. It really doesn't. It's my qualm. But still, I have a YouTube video on this if you'd like to know more. It's my stream. On time is whenever I get it. Kirk. Nice. Yeah, that's a good point as well, because there's a whole realm. I'm going to talk to you about different parenting styles according to psychologist Barbara Streisand. That's not a name. What the fuck is her name? Barbara. Diana Baumreins. There's a psychologist called Diana. Why did I say Barbara? Diana Baumreins, or however you say her last name. Super cool lady. She has developed an idea. It's just a theory, like a lot of things, a lot of frameworks like that. When you describe there being as 4 different styles of something, or 5 different ideas, or these are the personalities that you can fit yourself into, it's always just a theory, because life is rarely so simple. But yeah, it's a cool theory, and it can be helpful regardless of whether or not it's completely super accurate all the time for everyone. It still can be helpful as a framework. So she came up with 4 different parenting styles, which you've probably seen a lot about on TikTok, and we can watch some TikToks. Yay! And so, yeah, there's lots of different ways you can parent and do as well. Disclaimer, I am not a parent. I have no intention of ever being a parent. I barely interact with kids. So everything I'm saying is just research. Very detached point. And so that means, 1, pinch of salt, but 2, I might need parents in chat, your opinions and your experiences. I think that could be a really cool thing to have. So if you get ready to share, parents, put a 1 in the chat if you're a parent. Or you obviously don't have to. But if you wanted to share, I'm going to be calling upon you many times. Yeah, it's the whole permissive, authoritative thing. Exactly, yeah. Diana Baumreins came up with that one. But I see it over TikTok all the time, but I think people use it wrong. As they do on TikTok. But anyway. I can give you an uncle's opinion. That's basically the same. That's close enough. Yeah. Absolutely. Anyone who interacts with kids on the daily in a non-suspicious manner. Anyway. I'm a parent of one extremely dead Neopet. Probably not going to be calling upon you specifically then, Drums. I mean, I don't know. Children in this economy, it actually baffles me how anyone has kids. Like, financially speaking. Genuinely how? Because I can barely fund me. Just me. And then you have a whole other person. Soba, hi. I honestly think that you have to be completely super rich to have kids. I know that's not true, but it baffles me. It boggles the mind. I once was a child and interacted with other children. I am certified to have an opinion. Nice one, nice one. When I was 10, a boy my age ran up to me in the playground and I said something. I don't remember what I said. I think it was pretend, like philosophical or whatever. 10-year-old philosophy, anyway. And he looked me in the eye, another 10-year-old, and said, "This is why I've never thought of you as a kid." That's probably a bad sign. I think I've grown more immature since that time. I think I was more mature as a 10-year-old. Yikes! I think I was more mature as a 10-year-old than I am now. Rip. No, that was a weird thing for him to say. And then he ran away. He literally sprinted off. Makes sense. All I know is that if anyone wants kids, it may be wisest to raise baby goats. Yeah. Get it? Because kids. It's the name of a baby goat. It's a good one. Excellent joke. Being told you're mature for your age by a 10-year-old is peak. I know. Like, how do they even know, you know? How did he even know? Although, to be fair, this dude was really, really weird. He called himself a pagan. I'm not sure he knew what a pagan was, but he called himself a pagan, which is valid. But he used to, like, try and do rituals. So at one point, he ran around and collected people's hair. Just 10-year-old things. He ran around and collected people's hair in his wallet. And then he asked me if I wanted to sacrifice a bunny. I don't think he ever sacrificed a bunny. I think he was just joking. He wanted bunny blood. You know, I don't think he actually murdered any animals. He was cute. He was nice. He was a cute kid. He sounds well adjusted. Yeah. In the playground, we used to do that dance between Luna Lovegood and her dad from Harry Potter. You know, we were friends. Haven't spoken to him in 15 years. 15? No, roughly 15 years. I'm not giving you the specific number because you'll never know my age. Is he now working at CERN? He's making the portals. That's what he's doing. Becky, thanks for the follow. You can't be a nonce if you're into people your own age. You know? Like, regardless of how old you are. If you're an 11-year-old and you have a crush on another 11-year-old, that doesn't make you a nonce. Does it? No, it doesn't. Oh, no. Perry is 73. It's true. It's just retinol and filters. I don't use filters. Except on Instagram, but that's different. So Edward wasn't a nonce. But he wasn't 17. He was 173. So I think, yeah, he is a nonce. Edward from Twilight, I assume you mean. Yeah, no, I think that's nonce behavior. Anyway, so let's get into it. Are psychologists bad parents? First of all, very hard to say. Only anecdotal evidence, very little research, and saying if all psychologists are bad parents is a generalization that obviously is not true. Disclaimer, now we're going to ignore that for the rest of the stream, okay? Cool. We're just going to ignore that thing and then just charge ahead. Generalizing, sweeping statements for the rest of the stream. We need to explore this, we really do. But before we get onto that, I have a slightly different thing to start talking about because I watched a Moist Critical video. And in that Moist Critical video, he said that he has a hypothesis. He thinks that parents of childhood stars are bad parents. And that got me thinking, what other stereotypes are there? And the main one that came to mind was that psychologists were bad parents, especially behavioral developmental children psychologists are bad parents. That's the stereotype I know. That is based on a scene from Gone Girl. Have y'all read or seen Gone Girl? Gone Girl is a book / movie. I won't spoil it, but it's about a woman and her husband, and she disappears. And everyone thinks the husband did it. And it's spooky. And she's not... Yeah, she's a psycho lady. Exactly. Gone Girl is one of my worst nightmares. Exactly. I would watch it, but girl, it's gone. Nice. Bit of a pity laugh, I'm going to be honest with you, Joro, but it was there. Yeah, and so at the beginning, her parents basically are childhood psychologists, and what they did is they wrote, this is fictional of course, but what they did is they wrote lots and lots of kids books where the daughter, let's call her Amy, I don't remember if that's her name, I think it is, but the daughter Amy, she was the star, she was the main character of these kids books. And so they were always very personal, writing about their children. Sheldon, no, whatever the guy's name is from The Big Bang Theory, Leonard, his mother is a childhood behavioral psychologist, and she also wrote books about him, same sort of thing, same stereotype. It's presented in media a lot, that stereotype. But Amy, she wrote books about, the kids books about Amy being the star, about the kid. But they kind of just kept doing it for the age that Amy was. So Amy grew up, she didn't have a very good job, she didn't live very well, she didn't get married, etc., etc. But in her kids' books, she did. Amy becomes this. Amy gets married, which obviously made her feel really bad about herself. So that is a little stereotype that is in a lot of things. And there's lots of reasons why that might be true. There's lots of reasons why psychologists or childhood psychologists might fail a little bit when arguably or ideally they should be better. But there it is. Isn't the mother from A Diary of a Wimpy Kid also a psychologist? I think so. I don't remember. I never really got too into them. I was never able to watch movies with Rosamund Pike the same way after that movie. You just always saw Gone Girl. Oh no. Hi, Lyric. At least she's successful in her parents' imagination. Is that better or is that worse? I would hazard to say that's worse. Oh no. So, let's get into our first bad parent of the stream. Or not good enough parent. Arguably. I don't know. I don't know their personal life. And that is the dad of Addison Rae. Let's go. He's not a psychologist, so it's tenuously linked, but I'm building to something. I'm building, okay? Allow me. Oh yeah, can we define psychologist? Yes, we can. So I don't know if in different countries psychologist is different. This means something else. Over here, a psychologist is someone who usually does research. Just any sort of psychology research. They don't need a medical degree or a medical license. They aren't allowed to prescribe medication or do any official diagnoses, but they do everything else. So all of the psychology research is done by psychologists, or they do the therapy. Sometimes they do the analysis. They usually do diagnose patients, but they can't officially, so then they have to refer you. But they know what's wrong with you. They'll tell the psychiatrist that's what's wrong with them. And then the psychiatrist will go, yeah. So the psychologists do absolutely everything else. They do the neuroscience, they do the blah, 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 blah. But the psychiatrists are the doctors. So they diagnose, they prescribe, they do the brains and whatever. One talkie, one meds. Yeah, not necessarily talkie, research as well. And the main thing in psychology is research. But psychiatrists can do that too, but that's the difference. One is a doctor, one isn't. Because my dad is a therapist. Your dad being a therapist doesn't necessarily mean they're a psychologist. They can be, they usually are. Usually it's more reputable, not necessarily better because people are good and bad at their jobs, but usually it's more reputable to be a qualified psychologist. To become a psychologist in the UK, you have to have training, in-person clinical training. You have to have a master's, you have to have a PhD, and then 2 years of training at least, and shadow work and stuff like that to become a psychologist. And then you get registered by an official board. So it's a hard thing to do. It takes a lot of time. Psychiatrist is the same thing, except you got to go to the medical route. And $1 billion. Well, yeah, obviously, if you're not a billionaire, how do you expect to talk to people? Anyone can call themselves a therapist here. Pretty dangerous. We have a similar thing. I think here you need to be qualified to be a therapist, but it's a different kind of qualification. It's a little easier or a little bit more specific. You can do it quicker. But we have life coaches. Life coaches and counselors, they basically don't need any qualifications. You can call yourself a life coach and there's no legal ramification at all. So do be wary of that. Some life coaches are good. Some life coaches, they just provide a listening ear, and some people just really need that, and that's fine. Some life coaches will pretend that they know everything and they will give you advice even though they're not qualified at all, which I think is bad. I think that's very bad. Therapists over here, they need to have specific qualifications and be licensed to do that. But they don't necessarily need to have a degree, or they're not psychologists necessarily. Sometimes they are. Sometimes they're psychologists. It's more reputable to be a psychologist and a therapist. Bread Knob, thanks for the prime. I appreciate that. Gluten, and I can't stress this enough, morning. Gluten morning to you, my friend. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the prime. Cologne with 1 million people has 500 spots for therapists legally, and they refuse to increase it. That's weird. They cap how many therapists there can be? Why? Why do they cap that? Do they cap other professions too? And yet, clearly 500 is not enough for 1 million people. Because if everyone... I think, you know, therapy can be beneficial for everyone. Not everyone needs it, and it can be expensive, but I think it's beneficial for everyone. So if you wanted everyone to have therapy, what's that? Quick maths. 2,000. I didn't Google it. I used the power of my brain. I did not use a calculator. 2,000. Every therapist needs to treat 2,000 patients, which I think is implausible. There is a chiropractor, a very famous, or the most famous chiropractor on YouTube. He claims that he treats 2,000 patients a day. 200 patients a day, 2,000 a week. Which doesn't even add up. Cap on that. I think I calculated it, and it means that he spends about 1.5 seconds per session. Yay, chiropractors. Filthy liars, the lot of them. Anyway. How? Lies. Lying is how. Does he count people taking meds or something? Yeah, he counts outpatients that he doesn't actually look at. But they're being treated in their own homes by themselves. The math is not mathing. No, it's not. It's really, really not. In my work, we have coaches who are contractually bound to see us on a monthly basis, but they're not allowed to turn on the psychologist unless we are on the mental spectrum. The mental spectrum. Absolute head case spectrum. The basket people, if you will. Mew and Felix, thank you guys so much for the subs. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Maybe he has 1,000 hands. Oh, yeah. Maybe he's got like 7 people around him at a time. 10 people around him at a time, and he's just... Or it's just like they come in the door, crack, off you go. Crack, off you go. Maybe that's what it is. They've got a chain. Or maybe he means his company. No, he doesn't. He said himself. He's a liar, is what it is. Not that I like accusing people of things, but... Anyway, the dad of Addison Rae is a kooky character. His name is Monty Lopez. Put a one in the chat if you've heard about this before. Dr. Seuss was a good kids book writer, but was a bad parent. Oh yeah, I heard a bunch about Dr. Seuss. Wasn't he always he was also kind of racist, no? I heard. And you could be like different time, but it wasn't that different. It wasn't different enough. Zelda, thanks for the follow. Fun, thank you so much for the 2 different, the 2 gifted subs. That's so nice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Vermi, thank you so much for the sub as well. I appreciate that. I'm sorry if I missed it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hi, Vermi. Hello there, folks. Hi, Zamis, what's up? I want to know where I am on the mental spectrum. Absolutely off the end, mate. Absolutely just jumping off the end. You freak of nature. I'm not qualified, teehee. Thanks, didn't expect to get a diagnosis. Who was that dude that was raised a baby with a chimpanzee? They were like brothers. Oh yeah, that was a very, very famous experiment. I don't remember, but thank you for the 3 gifted subs, Nada. That's so nice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, there was a very famous experiment where they were trying to see if they raised a chimp as a human, like from the minute it was born. If they raised it the same, they would raise a human. It wasn't Harambe. Whether or not it would learn language better, whether or not it would become more human-like and be able to communicate and ask questions about itself. The answer is no. It was also super immoral and stuff. But, yeah, the answer was no. And it was famously very unethical. Yes, it was. So they kind of cancelled those types of experiments. The difference between apes in terms of communication and, I guess, sentience, the difference between apes and us is that they will be able to demand things and understand what you're saying. Dune, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That's so nice. Oh, thank you. Hype train. What level are we on now? Show me. Level 4. Amazing. Thank you. That's so nice. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, so the difference between apes and us in terms of sentience or like language or whatever is that they will be able to, they'll learn all the words and they'll be able to communicate what they want. So they can push a button that says, pass the knife, and you give them the knife, etc. Or they'll be like, I want food, and they'll be able to do that. But they don't ask questions. They're not curious. So they won't be like, who am I? They're not philosophical. They won't ask anything back except give me this. And that's the difference. And they sort of, and it doesn't matter even if you raise them from babies to do this or that. But an African grey does. There was another experiment. Cryptic, hi, welcome in. And Sona, hi, how are you doing? There was another experiment where they were teaching an African grey parrot to speak. And it learned all the colours. But they missed one colour. They missed grey. And it itself is grey. So one day, the African grey parrot looked in the mirror, and no other animal has ever done this before. They thought it was impossible. But the African grey looked at itself in the mirror and asked, what colour am I? Everyone lost their freaking minds. Everyone lost their shit. Because first of all, it recognized itself in the mirror. Second of all, it knew I'm a color that I don't recognize. And third of all, it asked a question. It's evolving. What chat? I know. It was amazing. Everyone lost their freaking minds. Gwyneth, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. So cool. So cool. Is it important? It's so important. It's undiscovered. It's never happened before. People thought that it wasn't possible, but animals just didn't do that. And now they're training dolphins to speak because dolphins are supposed to be the smartest animal. So maybe they will be able to have like maybe you'll be able to have a philosophical discussion with a dolphin soon. They've made these underwater iPads type thing where dolphins can like tap the screen. And they're doing really well. I mean, you can teach most animals how to speak. But it's about what kind of things they talk about that distinguishes. Hi, Anna, welcome in. Did I say most animals? A few. A few different kinds of animals. Thank you, Greg. Grinix, am I saying that right? Thank you so much. Hi, how are you doing? Welcome in. Eku, thank you so much for the 26 months. Bloody hell. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Too many to count, but I'm still here. Amazing. Thank you. Anyway, sorry. We've gone on a huge tangent. It's not what the stream is about. Let me change the music to something I know that's DMCA free, because I don't know if that's DMCA free. All right. Let's go. So, the father of Addison Rae. Addison Rae is a TikTok person, not important, but the father of Addison Rae, his name is Monty Lopez. Monty Lopez. Now, Monty Lopez is definitely someone we would describe as a bad parent. They're not a psychologist, but I'm cooking. I'm on a journey. Anyway, he is definitely seen as a bad parent, if you could describe. Maybe. I mean, we don't know. A not good enough parent, potentially. Basically what happened was, little lore, just a tiny little bit of background. I understand that we don't care about celebrities in general, but here's a tiny little bit of background information. Monty Lopez allegedly cheated a bunch on his wife, went after models half his age. There are memes, I don't even know if they're memes, they're videos. Some of them are quite convincing of Monty Lopez like attempting to hit on and or groping young girls in nightclubs. So weird. Anyway, eventually he and his wife, Addison Rae's mother, divorced. And then Ashley Renee, who was a model, one of the models he was dating and overlapped with the wife allegedly and cheated on the wife with, obviously. She came out saying that she was in an emotionally abusive relationship. Now there's like screenshots of things that she would say, and there's evidence that they were dating. I couldn't find any evidence of him being emotionally abusive, and she never clarified what that meant or gave any examples of that. But Gigi, the same age as his daughter. I know, so weird. So weird. Like, I can kind of get big age gaps with people in general. But if you have kids and you date someone the same age as your kid, how does that not bother you? I guess I don't know. Like, I haven't lived that experience, but surely that would bother you, right? How do you not equate that in your head? Hi, Synonymous, welcome in. Yeah, it's a little super weird. Nope, that ain't dope. Yeah, it's a little weird, little strange. Anywho. That's what happened. But the drama, so that's not so nice as a person, but the drama comes from when his now ex-wife, started dating a rapper called Young Gravy, which is an awesome rapper name. And she took him to an award show. Now, I can't find the original anywhere. I think it's been completely wiped from the interweb nets, or at least my level of Googling. But there is a dude reacting to it on YouTube, so we're gonna skip through his video. Thank you. Thank you, Ice Blue TV, for posting this. And if you guys want to go check out that video, you may do after the stream. Anyway, so let me get you in. Everybody come over here, pay attention. There we go. My camera's off center and it's really gonna bother me. Thank you. Okay, GG's. Cool. Hi, Jesus, welcome in. How are you doing? Yes, so this guy, I might, from this point on, refer to him as a little bit of a clown. Not Ice Blue TV. Thank you, Ice Blue TV, for posting this. But the guy in the music video, to respond to his ex-wife, who he cheated on allegedly for 5 months, dating someone else after they were divorced, he made a diss track to the guy she started dating. And here's how it goes. First of all, there's a disclaimer at the beginning of the music video that says, caution. This was pre-recorded at the time of the initial song leak. I would like to take a moment to apologize to my family and friends and others involved for the behavior I portrayed online and in person. Please, please. I forgot I could. 5 seconds, oh yeah. Show me. Ice, show me. Maybe it's after. It is after. Amazing. Please take this as a lighthearted and comical spin on my life. Love always and forever, Monty Lopez. So do bear that in mind. It's Star Wars, it really is. Do bear that in mind that it's supposed to be lighthearted and comical. But this is a diss track of the guy that his ex-wife is now dating after he allegedly cheated on her for 5 months, and Addison Rayon followed him on TikTok. His daughter. Let's go. I don't even know if I can show this. There's so much ass.
Okay.
That's Monty Lopez. Surrounded by ass. Can I even show this?
I stole your bitches, that new gen fame, I could help you make a living. Till you apologize, you will never be forgiven.
And yeah, like, it's his face. And yeah, it's like a lighthearted joke of his life, but it's still of his life. It's still of his life. Right? He says. Okay, cap. Sure. Let's watch some more. Thank you, Ice.
Not Scottie Pippen. In the studio with
oh my
your girl,
god.
she a fan. You just stuck
Man?
I don't think you're Michael Jordan, bro.
Oh dear. Oh no. If pop-top streams are allowed, I guess this is allowed too. Yeah, it's research. It's research. It's scientific. I'm gonna skip over the hands thing.
You be going broke, you be stealing all your flows. Step into the ring.
Who are these women who agree to this? I hope he's paying them enough. If it's on YouTube for 1 year, you're allowed to show it. I don't think that's true. I don't think I'm allowed to show any sort of sex toys, and there's loads of those videos. I think you've made that up. For science! Who's that? Jiggle.
Like, you're gonna take his girl, and that's your ex. Like, she left you. I don't think she's gonna say yes to that.
Good. He's spitting facts. I said spitting facts.
Okay. Now, he took...
You get it. You get it. You understand. What a quirky fella. What do we think? What do we think? Imagine being the daughter. Imagine being the child of this person. What do I think? I wonder why his wife left. What a mystery, isn't it? Such a mystery. Oh no. New Ben Hart video. This is this top secret Ben Hart video that we needed. Is he a psychologist? No, he's not a psychologist, but I'm cooking. It's a miscellaneous bad parent. Well, arguably bad parent is what it is. I can't get over how much auto-tune he has on his vocals. To be fair, if you can't sing and you want to make music, you gotta auto-tune, I suppose. Is his voice single? Is his voice... Oh, Ice Blue's voice. I know, right? Oh my god, listen.
Took his girl. And that was Young Gravy. Very realistic depiction of that guy.
Bloody hell. I'm gonna just go back a little bit because like there's too much ass on the screen for me to be comfortable. I mean, learn to sing maybe, or don't. I guess some people can't. Can some people not sing at all? Like they can learn and be better, but I heard that. I don't know. I think you can learn anything, to be fair. There's definitely a filter or AI. On his voice? On Ice's voice? No. 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 I don't hear her. Don't take it away from him. Don't take his beautiful, beautiful voice away from him. You want to just date his voice? I wasn't the one who said it. I was Shug. You want to just date his voice? Just his voice. Just have that like, oh, have you seen Her? The film Her? Just have him on your phone, the voice on your phone, and then date that. Not that the rest of him isn't dreamy as well. Yeah, I'd do it. Put a 1 in the chat if you'd smash. So don't sexualize the YouTuber, man. Don't sexualize. Inappropriate. I want to know how his room sounds so acoustically treated. Right? He's got so many things going for him. He doesn't have many subscribers, and I'm really not sure why. Maybe he doesn't post regularly. No, he does. Anyway. What? Maybe he just started. Did he just start? No, he's got lots. I don't know. Anyway. What is that pillow in the background, though? The unicorn. I love the unicorn. What do you mean? I want to date his 6 shades. As a straight male, you'd smash. I respect that, money. I really do. The sunglasses are a bit too big. What does he hide behind them? Basically, he's got this condition where his eyes are too dreamy. So if he takes it off, everyone gets blinded or turned into stone like Medusa or something. Guys, don't sexualize the YouTuber. Anyway, let's keep going. So, here's another thing that this strange parent did. So, his ex-wife, who he cheated on allegedly for 5 months, starts dating a rapper called Young Gravy. That was the diss track to Young Gravy, which is incredibly strange. But he then challenges him to a fight. This warning is going to be cringe. So you have to grin and bear it. Cringe, as I've said many times before, is an emotion that is good for us. It's good for us. You should embrace it. I want your eyes fixed on the screen. Let's go. This is training.
Can I get a
When at Young Gravy won't accept a boxing match. Run, white boy, run, is what it said at the bottom. Dude on the toilet. Oh no. I can't get over the fact that someone is voluntarily calling themselves Young Gravy. I like it. It makes me hungry, actually. I love some gravy. Mashed potato gravy, best thing in the world. But I don't want to make mashed potato. So I might buy mashed potato. You know, you can get like frozen mashed potato pellets. All you have to do is put it in the microwave. So good. Hey, Cleed, can you buy me some mashed potato? I forgot he's not real. He's a figment of my imagination. Oh well. Anyway. Is that your Jarvis? Yes. So, Young Gravy replied. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Let's watch it.
I'm a grown man. I'm not going to fight you over TikTok drama. You got one of the most successful daughters in the world, and you decide to act half her age to try to get some attention while embarrassing your whole family. So,
Oh my god.
grow up, get some help, and if we cross paths in real life, don't do anything stupid.
I like him. That is the only bit of Young Gravy I've ever seen. But absolute savage. Yeah, absolutely destroyed. No, that was a very good reply. That was that was fantastic. If you're gonna reply to stuff like that, which my advice is always not that I would know, but if you're gonna reply to stuff like that, that was a good one. That was a good one. Absolutely destroyed. A KO. You have one of the most famous daughters ever, and you act half her age. Oh, savage. Just destroyed him without even throwing a punch. You don't need to. Words are sharper than swords, which is only true if you don't have a sword. I feel like words aren't gonna save you if someone's determined to stab you. But maybe they will. I don't know. How good is your hostage negotiation? We did a hostage negotiation stream. It was really, really fun. It's my favorite one, actually, I think. One of my favorite ones. I also enjoyed the necrophilia stream, but we don't talk about that. It shouldn't have happened. A sword is also a word. Yes, and an object that will kill you. Words are sharper than butter. Wow, you're just so wise. I don't know. I don't even know how you come up with stuff like that. Just amazing. The wife did not cheat. No, the wife didn't cheat. Allegedly, he did, though. The dad. I can't believe it's not words. Because I can't believe it's not butter. Margarine. No, the dad. Blob, the dad cheated for 5 months, allegedly. Not the wife. Not the mum. Not the ex-wife. This is just her new squeeze after they'd already divorced. Sorry for using the word squeeze. I'm really good at negotiating with hostages. It's the terrorists I find difficult. What did I say? Hostage
What's up, Kay
negotiation
says
is
Marty is 48 years old and Young Gravy is 28 BTW.
and he's just so much more, you know, babylicious, if you will. Although, doesn't that make this age gap between the people that the dad, Monty Python or whatever his name is, Landy, thank you for the sub. Doesn't it make the age gap between Monty Python and the girls he's dating the same as Young Gravy and the wife? And yet, she's not getting any flack for that, but he is. Well, I guess Young Gravy has his own, like, power, you know? He's rich and famous and etc. Whereas he goes after girls, allegedly, and gropes them in nightclubs, allegedly, and goes after 18-year-old models, allegedly, which is that is different. He's not Monty Python. Don't bring Monty Python down like that. You're right. Monty Lopez. I'm so sorry. Anyway, I thought I would just show you that as a kickoff to what bad parenting might look like. Not that he's a psychologist, but she's 41. I guess 41 and 28 isn't that bad. It's better than 46 and 18. So there's no flying circus, but there's definitely a clown. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Is he related to Jennifer Lopez? One can only assume. John Cleese brought down Monty Python. He did? Who's John Cleese? I don't know. Someone's besmirching Monty Python? Put a one in the chat if you've seen and like Monty Python. I've seen it, but I didn't really pay attention, so I have no idea if I like it. I assumed that I would, though. You know. What did John Cleese do? Who is John Cleese? I don't even know. There's drama here that I'm not privy to. Right. Now, let's look at some more bad parents, just to miscellaneously ease our way into this. Here we go. This one might be a little bit upsetting. Just a little. I'll turn the volume down. You'll be okay. You can get through it. It's a TikTok. You'll be fine.
So Arabella decided to fuck with my whip shots last night and fuck my...
The words are, another bad mum putting her bad parenting online. POV, when your daughter is bad as fuck, she's doing this because her daughter played with her vodka cream that she left sitting out. What not to do as a parent. So she left out vodka cream and the daughter started playing with it. What is vodka cream? I don't know. I'm already upset. Me too.
My shit up. So now we let her open her gifts and let's see what Santa brought her. Santa ain't bring you shit. Aww. Cause you been bad. So you're not gonna...
No, ma'am. That's your fault.
You as the parent is supposed
She
to
mad now.
safeguard your house.
Bloody hell. It's over. It's over. Trauma, right? That kid's gonna remember that for the rest of her life. Genuinely. You think because she's a toddler she won't, she will. Hi, Benny, welcome in. What the hell? Publicly shaming your daughter on social media. It's one thing doing that. And also, like, listen, I swear a lot, right? Benny, thanks for the follow. And Super Bowser fan, thanks for the follow too. I appreciate that a lot. I swear a lot. Like, I'm not anti-swearing. I also think kids are way cruder and less innocent than people usually assume. There's not a lot of stuff that... Oh, sorry, what is that noise? I think it's my phone. There we go. Should shut up now. But I think... Yeah, I think I think people underestimate how much kids actually know about stuff. But the fact that you're talking to her like that, you ain't getting shit. That is not okay. And also, she's a toddler. Like, when I say kids are less innocent than we assume, I'm talking about 10-year-olds. I'm not talking about toddlers, you know? Like me, I'm very crude and basically still a child. And I'm probably older than Perry, who can say. And then you post it. Not only do you do that, do you speak to her that way for something that actually wasn't her fault, then you say that you didn't get her anything for Christmas. Even if that's not true and they actually did have presents afterwards, doing that is really upsetting. It's really a problem. And then thirdly, you post it on social media as if you're right. Kids these days start to consume alcohol earlier and earlier. Honestly, you can't stop it. I know. It's just... it's a pandemic. Allegedly. I mean, not really. Well. Parents forget they're teaching the kids by not teaching the kids. That's true. Yeah. Like the stream guys. I don't know who you mean, but there are pranksters. We did a stream on... So I'm not going to show you again, but we did a stream on pranking family vlogs. There was a family vlog. I forgot what they're called. If anyone remembers the name of them, please tell me. Zero Skia, thanks for the follow. But there is a family vlog that are now off YouTube. They've taken their channel down, I think. But he basically, the dad used to prank the son a lot, but the son was never really involved in pranks, and a lot of the time the pranks were just bullying. Daddy of 5! Yes. Really, really problematic. Like, really, it was a hard watch. So that's also bad parenting. It's also bad parenting. Okay, here's another. My only note on this TikTok is, I mean, that's all I wrote. I mean, so I don't remember what this is. Oh, okay. I said we weren't going to talk about Ruby Frankie, but there's just one TikTok of her that I want to show you. And the reason I wrote, I mean, is because it's Ruby Frankie. If you don't know who Ruby Frankie is, she was recently sentenced to 30 years in prison because she straight up abused her kids. She thought that the kids had devils inside of them, demons inside of them, so she had to get the demons out by like tying them up, not letting them eat for days at a time, trying to drown them in swimming pools, making them stand out in the hot sun and getting sunburn, etc, etc, etc. Luckily the kids were found. They're now okay. Well, relatively okay. They'll be in therapy for the rest of their lives, but, you know, relatively okay. And she's now in 30 years in prison, along with the person who was encouraging her to do it and encouraging other parents to do it with an actual challenge thing, a channel, and like actually claimed to be a psychologist or something when she lost her license. Along with her, she's sentenced as well. Really bad, really bad. Correct premises, wrong actions. You think kids have demons inside of them. Kappa. She was cuckoo, really cuckoo bananas. But anyway, before she got arrested, and before anyone knew there was any problem with her, and probably before the abuse got too bad, she had a parenting advice channel. And here's one of them TikToks.
Do children have privacy? In fact, your job as a mother is to constantly be scrutinizing her, to constantly be judging her choices. If you begin to trust your daughter, you're going to go blind to all of the distortions in her life. And now she's not safe. I have 4 walls.
She means distortion with a capital D, by the way. It's a word that they've made up. They're cultish. It's a word that they've made up, distortion. There's distortion, TM, and truth, TM. Distortion is basically you're doing things wrong, or you're not being true to yourself. You're not seeing the truth. You're not seeing the bigger picture. And then truth is you're doing things right. It's about bias, basically. She's Mormon. Yes, she is. Yeah. Your job is to bully your children. Don't trust your kids. Constantly judge everything they do.
My bedroom, and that gives me a place of privacy. I have 4 walls in the bathroom. That gives privacy. When my child begins using those 4 walls to do things that are deceptive, they lose the privilege of privacy. Why? Because they're not concerned about privacy. That is the last thing they're concerned about. They're just trying to hold that word over your head. They're trying to hold you hostage, saying, you need to give me privacy. You need to honor my boundaries. You need to honor my feelings. You don't care about me. What else? You're invading my space.
She watches them use the bathroom?
Feelings. No.
What the fuck?
In this home, you don't get personal space because this is my space because I'm the parent. If you want your own personal space, you'll need to get your own space. This is mine. And as long as you're living in my home, it is my job to know everything about you. You don't get to sneak.
What the
you don't
hell?
Get to hide. You don't get to have secrets. Not in my house.
What the
See
fuck?
how loving that is? A great rule of thumb that in my house, there is no such thing as privacy. You're expected to be humble about it and not carry a chip on your shoulder about it. That's your responsibility as a child.
What the hell? Yeah, her friend had a dungeon in her basement. And so, you know, put it in context. Yikes. Yikes. Yeah, how do they masturbate? That's a good point. That is a good point. Just very slyly. Bet you have a chip on your shoulder. Yeah, she does. That's the dumbest thing I've heard today. If you don't trust your kids, can you trust anything? Or anyone? Yeah, I feel like trusting your kids and allowing them privacy is very important for their development. Actually, I don't just think that. I know that. Let me hit you with some psychology. So, there is a theory. Don't remember who it's by. I think it's Erikson or Piaget or something. Anyway, there's a psychologist that came up with a theory about learning different things at different points in time. It is just a theory like anything else, but it still can be helpful and valuable, and people do use this. Like other psychologists use this as a framework, and, you know, it kind of sounds based. Anyway, so I think it's Erikson's stages of development for kids. Usually it's Piaget, yeah. Anything developmental psychology is usually Piaget. If you want to impress people and be like, well, the psychologist Piaget, you're probably right. But I think in this case, it was Erikson's stages of development. And he basically said that at each stage, like each age range, they develop particular skills and they focus on one particular thing. So when you are very young, you learn about trust of the world. So whether or not the world is safe for you. And whether or not you can go and be free and explore and still be reliant or still know that your parent will be someone safe to come back to. Which is the basis of attachment theory, which we'll get to later. But for adolescents, teenagers, the stage that Erikson posits is really important is about identity, personal identity, autonomy, and things like that. So when you're a little bit younger, you're trying to figure out who... You're trying to figure out where you fit in terms of groups. It's all about social. So that's the age, according to Erikson, where you care most about what other people think of you. Because you want to fit in. You want to find your identity. You want to find your group. And you're also trying to find yourself. I remember being a teenager and my mother making me feel better about various things and saying, very wisely, saying that you just need to be yourself. And then people who are like you, people who appreciate you, will come. Totally right. Problem. Doesn't really make sense for most teenagers because who the fuck are you? No idea. Just be yourself. Okay. Don't know what that means. Also, what if you're a dick? You know? You gotta be self-reflective as well. You gotta be self-reflective and you gotta try and be the best person you can be and then be yourself and then have the people come to you. Because otherwise, if you're just a raging dickhead, if you're just the worst, then the people who are attracted to that are also gonna be the worst, and that's how you join gangs. I really don't know about this. I'm not qualified to speak on this issue, but there you go. They're still trying to find themselves. Exactly. So it's very, very hard to know who you are because you haven't really developed that yet, or it's something that you're still finding. I mean, a lot of people older than that, a lot of people like 50-year-olds are still trying to figure out who they are. A lot of the time apathy wins over and you just stop caring. And then inadvertently, when you stop caring about trying to find who you are, you accidentally find who you are because fuck it. Whatever. You know? Only recently have I stopped caring what other people think of me. I used to be so self-conscious, like walking down the street or just doing normal human things. I used to be so self-conscious. And now it's just like, listen, I'm a human, I'm walking. Whatever. Apathy wins? Sounds about right. Maybe I'm just describing depression. Very hard to know. Very hard to know. Very proud of you. Thank you, home. Put a 1 in the chat if you've stopped caring about everything. Don't do that. Let's not encourage each other. You should care about stuff. Very Piaget of you. Thank you. No, guys, stop! Stop with the 1! Stop it! You're making me sad. In a way, if the thing you've stopped caring about is what other people think, not in a non-self-reflective way. You're still trying to be the best person you can be. You're still trying to grow and develop, and you're trying to be nice and moral and ethical and not a raging dickhead. It's very easy to accidentally be a raging dickhead. But so long as you're still trying to be the best person you can be, it's a good thing to care less about what other people think. Because the people who are like you, assuming you're cool, which you are, but the people who will like you will be the ones. I remember at uni, someone asked me why I always wear all black. And I made a joke that I'm just a really budget emo. And then there was a group of girls. We were in a group. And like the girls behind me made a face. And they didn't want to talk to me anymore. Maybe I misunderstood that situation because I tend to misunderstand social cues. But I think they judged me because I made an emo joke. And they were like, ooh, emos are weird. So they clearly haven't developed this level of development because they still care what other people think of them. Hence why they would rule out someone because they dress slightly different. It's like, it's just black. It's H&M, man. It's H&M black clothes. I'm basics. I'm simple. Budget emo. Yeah, genuinely. Pretty good joke. Thank you. Thank you so much. I have my moments. Do people still use the word emo? On Spotify, they do. For example, this music that's playing now. Emo music. Weird. Anywho. Their loss. Thank you. In my defense, I'm not emo. I'm just basic. It's H&M all black, and that's because I can't color code because I don't know anything about clothes. And I wish I did, but I don't. And colors scare me. You should make a joke about being colorblind. Yeah, you should be like, wait, I do? Why do you dress in all black? I do? That's good. That's what I'm going to say next time. Except, these jeans are brown. Bastards. I don't see color. Lavia, welcome in. How are you doing? What's up? That is not what I define as emo music. Yeah, me neither, Nelson. I wouldn't define this as emo music, but Spotify does. Spotify does, weirdly. But hey ho. Nice sleeves, by the way. Thank you. It's a Bardot neck. If you must know. Sorry, I don't see luminance. Yeah, because that's what it is, right? In a dim lit room, those jeans are black. Yeah, you dim the room enough, everything looks black because it's pitch dark. What do you mean? If you turn all the lights off, if you block out all the light, then they look dark. No way. Spotify misgenres everything. They really do. Or maybe we misgenre. I'm more inclined to trust Spotify than me. You know, especially since genres are made up by a capitalist industry. I've given this rant anyway. I've given this rant before, so I'm going to go ahead and skip over it. Anyway, so Erikson's stages of development is a reason why privacy is so important. Just to recap, because I went on a tangent. This woman says that there's no privacy in her house. It's your job as a parent to know everything about them. They're not allowed any privacy, and she's going to absolutely judge every single action that they ever make. And that's her words. I'm not using the word judge. She said I need to judge every single action. I need to know every single action. I need to know what they're doing 24/7, my teenagers, and they're not allowed any of their own privacies. Open door rule all the time. In terms of all the psychological research, she's wrong. Totally wrong. You really should look at the research before you make decisions like this. Not that I'm a parent, not that I know, and there's lots of different ways to be good at parenting, presumably. But according to Erikson's development stages, privacy is really, really, really important. Potato and Kaz, thank you guys for the follows. I appreciate that. Thank you. according to Erickson's stages of development, privacy is really important because it helps them grow this sense of identity. If your mom is always there knowing everything you do and then telling you you're doing it wrong, put a 1 in the chat if you can relate to that. It's not gonna foster your own sense of self. You're not gonna be creative. You're not gonna try different things. You know, if you want to wear crazy makeup and then your mom looks at you and like, you're never gonna get a job like that, then you're not really learning what you like. You're not being creative. You're not branching out. If she chooses all your friends and you can't pick them for yourself. I'm saying she because I'm talking about Ruby Frankie, but any parent. And they're supposed to develop their sense of autonomy. You're supposed to learn to trust yourself by making decisions for you. And if they take that away, you're not allowed to make any decisions for yourself, then you never learn that autonomy, which means you're more likely to become anxious as an adult. And you're more likely to be dependent on other people, which means you're more likely to end up in abusive relationships or have friends that don't like you, which sucks. And you're less likely to get things like job promotions and do well at work. So, not good. Not good. But imagine if your kid decides to become a crackhead, or worse, a streamer. Well, then you should intervene. Too late for my parents, but you should intervene. Because I'm a crackhead. No, I'm joking. I'm a streamer. So are psychologists bad parents? We haven't gotten there yet, Drin. Coming in on the stream. If I told you, then there'd be no reason to watch. So, I can say that that's a generalized sweeping statement, so the answer is obviously no. But we haven't investigated it yet. I'm a bit late, but hi, hello. You can't be late to a stream. There's no such thing. It is going well. I think it's going well. You guys having fun? Put a 1 in the chat if you're having fun. Thank you, Kleist. And fuck the rest of you. Thank you. Some sweeping statements are true. Give me a sweeping statement that's true. Actually, don't do that. Don't do that. I would disagree. And I would say that I think to be super general, you can be general and talk about trends. Generally, on average, people are like this. Behaviors are like this. Stuff happens. But usually, generally, and I'm being general about this too, the irony, when you make a grand sweeping statement, especially if you use the word all, and that's what I mean. All this type of people are good at this. All women are bad at maths, all Asians are good at maths. You know, that's wrong. That's not true. It can't be true. If you say all something are something, that's obviously not true. Okay, it's different if you say all humans have cells. That's different. That's obviously not what I mean. Altered Carbon Future, thanks for the follow. I really enjoyed Altered Carbon. Well, I enjoyed the first season. So what about Asian women? I've told you about that study before. I would look up, if you're interested in psychology stuff, that is one of my favorite studies ever. Look up Asian women good, bad at maths. And then find that research paper. It's the best thing I've ever seen. I talk about it all the time. I think it is verified, it's backed up, it's replicated. So I think it's good science. But yeah, go for it. Purple Possum, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. The first season of Altered Carbon was great. Pretty close to the book. There's a book? I didn't know it was a book. I should read the book. Thanks, I'll pass on the compliment. Nice. I'm gonna read the book. Someone write that down. Thank you. 3 books, actually. No way. I haven't watched Baby Reindeer or 3 Body Problem. Baby Reindeer's next for me. But I'm currently watching The Last Kingdom. It's pretty good. I am Uhtred, son of Uhtred. Sorry, we're getting distracted. Yes, okay, so that's Erickson's development stages. Privacy is important, so they learn a sense of identity, and they trust themselves, and they learn autonomy. But there's other things too. So I talked about attachment theory, learning to trust your environments. That applies more to toddlers, but same rule if you're talking about toddlers and privacy. You need to be able to let them go a little bit so they can explore the room. And by let them go a little bit, I mean actually physically let go of them. You don't need to leave the room or, you know, send them out into the world, the toddler, but let them play on the playset by themselves. Let them learn things by themselves. You don't need to do everything for them. You actually really shouldn't do everything for them. According to the research, I'm not a parent, but you shouldn't actually do everything for them. You know, if they're trying to work out how the blocks go in the thing, you know, if they do like a jigsaw and they're trying to put the square in the circle, and you know the square's not going to go in the circle, you got to let them figure it out. Although there is a contrasting theory that says they learn by demonstration. It's a social learning theory they learn by demonstration. So, I mean, if they're really struggling, then you might have an idiot on your hands and you should probably show them that the square doesn't fit in the circle, but whatever. Everyone knows it goes in the square hole. Imagine saying that to your toddler. You idiot! Everyone knows it goes in the square hole. So behind. You're so 2012. And I would say that's probably bad. Dr. Darman, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Just did a musical show called Children of Eden. The song Hardest Part of Love is Letting Go. Made me bawl every night. Oh, and that's so topical. That's probably why you said it, but cool. That's so interesting. Were you in the show? That's cool. What's that like? It depends if the square is inscribed by the circle or if the circle is inscribed in the square. You are right, Rule. Let's assume it's a square that doesn't fit in the circle for the fucking thing. Thank you so much. Thank you. My mom was so bad at letting me figure out stuff myself. She wanted to help all the time, which was sweet, but I had to tell her off a lot until the habit faded. Yeah, it's like parents doing kids' homework for them. You can be there, but you got to let them do it. You know, if you do their homework, I know people like that. I didn't get involved because it's not my place at all. But there are kids, my cousins. They have homework now because they're just about old enough, which is pretty poggers. But anyway, they have homework now, and for all intents and purposes, aunt and uncles, they will literally take their homework for them. And if there's something they can't do, they will literally take it from them and do it for them and then hand it back. They won't even explain what they're doing or say it out loud. They'll just do it, give it back. And I guess, in a way, that's love, isn't it? They want to help. They want to do things for them. They don't want them to struggle at all, which is lovely. But it's not necessarily the right way of doing it. Not that I would know. I'm not a parent. That's just me. That's just me based on what I've read. Thank you. The proper way is to repeat the question louder and louder until your child understands it. Until you're just screaming at them. And they're crying, sobbing. Do you have more information on the Asian women being good at maths thing? Let me find the article and I'll link you. Asian women good, bad at maths study. It's about bias and telling people stuff. It's about gender priming, steal. Is that true? Is this the one I'm thinking of? It might not be. This was harder to find than I thought. Weird. Oh, yeah, got it. There you go. God, that's a long link. Why is there a comma in it? Did I copy it wrong? Okay, let me refresh the page and get a less. Okay, this one should be better. Here we go. Oh, there you go. What's a close, perfect way to raise a child to be an ideal human being or person? I don't think there's one right answer for that. I have no idea. I don't think there's one right answer. I think there's lots of things that people should take in mind, and there's lots of mistakes that people make. But at the end of the day, I don't think anyone's a perfect parent because we're just people. And it's a big job. You have to consistently be consistent, which is hard to do because you're just a person. What if you're tired one day and your kid's being so annoying? Difficult. I think the most moral thing is to not have children. Really, Nelson? Oh no, I know. Punish them until they only make correct decisions. Yeah, because you're also not going to have the making someone the ideal person or like doing the perfect parenting relies on the fact that you know what a perfect person is. And no one does because it doesn't necessarily exist. How much hardship should your kid have? That is a big question. Yeah. What do you guys think? How much hardship should your kid have? A lot. Stick them in chimneys. They yearn for the mines. Gaslight them until they become super submissive. That will bode well for future relationships. I would lock them up so they can't go outside, and then you'd have to worry about future relationships because their only relationship is with me. Does comfort spoil kids? Very big question. Very, very big question. Probably too much. Depends what you mean by comfort. If you mean they should, you know, do really difficult jobs and suffer, and you don't give them lifts to places, and you force them to walk home by themselves from parties at like 3 a.m. Or if you don't let them go to the parties ever in the first place, that's probably a bad thing. Yeah, failing is important, but that's true as well. That's true as well. I think the hardship that you mean shouldn't be any risky things necessarily. This is just me. This is just me in my opinion. But I think they shouldn't necessarily be risky things, and it shouldn't necessarily be at the hand of you. But for example, doing their own homework, not doing well in school if they don't study, even though you can try and make them study. Keeping them safe while also allowing them their autonomy. Making them do chores, maybe. You must make dinner tonight. Balance. Yeah. Maybe. That's just me. I don't know. One thing all wise parents see is your children become teenagers and seem to forget the previous 12 years of their lives, and it seems as though they never heard your advice. Never heed? They hear the advice, however, they have begun to be individuals. Could you rephrase that for me? I'm not sure what you mean, Orientis. I might just be reading it wrong. The ideal way, according to Bot Tiny, to raise children is by creating a loving and supportive environment with clear boundaries, guidance, and independence. Communication is communication's a big one. Communication is a big one in all relationships, especially romantic relationships, but true between parents and children. You know, there's an idea. Listen, this is, again, it's just opinion. There's an idea that you shouldn't necessarily say no to stuff without explaining why you're saying no. You can't go to the party. Tell them why. Even if they disagree with you, but you're still going to hold firm, tell them why. And if they prove you wrong, that's okay. You can admit, oh, actually, you've convinced me. Yeah, don't say because I said so. Exactly. That's terrible. What does that mean? If you don't have a reason for saying no, then you shouldn't be saying no. Also, if they're right, if they've convinced you, that's okay. You don't need to hold on to the sense of autonomy, because if you're doing it, they should already see you as autonomous. You've convinced me, but you're still not going. Just because you disobeyed by arguing back. That's silly. I think that's silly. In elementary, I've never managed to do my homework. Not because it was difficult, but because I just couldn't focus on it. My mum had the great idea of making me sit there until I was done. So I sat there for several hours and did nothing. So actually, the main piece of advice that I've read from various research is self-reflection. Parenting, according to several studies that I've read, but again, I don't know. I don't have the experience myself. I'm not a parent, whatever. But parenting, according to several studies, is mostly like half and half about you. You have to self-reflect. You have to sort out your mental health problems, or at least be aware of them. You need to moderate your stress. You need to accept your things. Social learning theory is a psychological theory that's really important, and basically what it means is that kids learn from example. Now that refers to showing them how to do something, yes, but it also refers to showing them how to handle their emotions properly. If you have mood regulation problems, or you're being irrational, or you freak out and start screaming at stuff, they'll learn how to do that. They'll do that too. They copy you. A lot of behaviors are learned from parents. A lot of them. So, for example, if you say no to something, they convince you otherwise, and not convince you in terms of manipulation, but they give good arguments that make sense, that you didn't think of, and it changes your mind. Actually, they're right. By saying, you know what, that's a good argument. I see your side of it. I think I was wrong, and I think you're right. Okay, I've changed my mind. You can go. Then they're going to learn that behavior too. They're going to learn humility. They're going to learn being able to change their mind and being able to take advice and listen to things. But if you just dig your heels in, it's like, no, because I said so, no. They're going to learn that too. They're going to learn freaking out. They're going to learn stubbornness. They're going to learn not listening to advice. They're going to learn a lack of humility and authoritarian behavior for no reason whatsoever. And they're going to be like that too. So, do I use an audio card? For sure. I use a cloud thing. Is that what you mean? I use a cloud something. It's supposed to take away some noise at a distance, but I'm not really sure. Tilla, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you for the bit, Salted Coffin. So you agree that chat is just a reflection of the streamer? I do, actually. Cloudlifter, thank you, Lunchbox. I actually do. I've seen that a lot. It's about what you foster. Not completely. I mean, there's lots of, you know, chats that... Or people, not chat as a whole, but people in chat that aren't very nice, regardless of what you're doing. But, and it depends how big your chat is as well. More samples, right? But we're the worst. No, you're not. You're lovely and you're funny. I'm not sure, creator. I'm not an authority and I'm not qualified to give anyone advice. Do remember that. Purposefully forbid your kids to do stuff with terrible arguments so the kid learns to be smart. Oh no. Oh no. This is why we're manipulative assholes. Because you convince your parents and stuff. But by convince, what I mean is good arguments. Like actual logical arguments said in a calm way. Not manipulating your emotions until you crumble and give in and break down. That's bad. What's the critical mass for chatters? That's a very good question. Who can say? Who can say? Are we? Yes, you are, Blind. Oh, thank you, Simon. I appreciate that. That's really nice. Also, you may be found wrong in a discussion with your team. Does the in this house that we all share come into play, or is it an individual person rule? In this house that we all share. What do you mean? Discussion. What do you mean? Give me an example. Is it true strict parents make the kids lie a lot in nature? I think that can happen, yeah. Because at a certain point, if you feel an injustice, or if there's stuff you really want to do and there's no good reason why you can't do it, I think a lot of teens will just do it and just lie about it. You know? Where are you? They won't tell you because you'd freak out. So they lie and then you don't know where they are and then something happens and they're unsafe. True, they'll just do it. Most of the time they'll just do it. Yeah. But it's even less safe because you won't be able to talk to them about it because you don't know they're doing it. And you don't know where they are. And then bad. If it's a tantrum, there's no reasonable arguments. Yeah, true. Yeah, there's no reasonable arguments if you hear the not in my house. Oh, so you're saying if they convince you with good logic, should you say, well, we have rules in this house? Well, your rules shouldn't be stupid. In my opinion, your rules shouldn't be stupid. You know, you shouldn't have a fixed rule that doesn't make sense in some contexts. It needs to be contextual, otherwise your rule is dumb. in my personal opinion, your rule is stupid if people can argue against it with good logic. Hi, Omni, welcome in. Oh, Juro, that's so true. I mean, I've not noticed anyone do that, really. I've not noticed any bad, like, jokes that go too far. And usually if there is a joke that go too far, people know they're joking. But yeah, I'm bad with social boundaries too. I think, yeah, especially if people know you, if you've been around in the chat for a long time, then you can go a little further and get away with it. Not that you should, but still. I say make rules that are inconsistent, strange, bizarre, and make zero sense. That's how you do it. If you gaslight your kids, if you bamboozle them into submission, then they'll be nice to you and they'll do the laundry. Facts. Text makes jokes hard to interpret. Kappas are very important. You're right, Klaus. Kappas are super important. Everyone use your kappas. Thank you so much. Anyway, let's get back to it. So there's a few other things about privacy. This woman who went to jail for 30 years for abusing her kids doesn't believe in privacy. Shocker. There's also something called the self-determination theory, which is the same thing about privacy being allowing kids to exercise their own autonomy. Basically, you're self-determining your own being, your own welfare. And there's also the social cognitive theory. I talked about how self-reflection is a really important thing. So social cognitive about other people, and cognition, which is thinking. Thinking about social norms, what's okay to do with other people, and social boundaries, for example. When you're alone, or when you have privacy and you're allowed to go do your own thing with your own friends, then you are way better, or you develop the skill to self-reflect. If you're not allowed to make mistakes, you don't learn anything. You don't self-reflect on anything. And if you're not allowed to go and control things yourself, or do things and hang out with your own friends, or have your own time where you listen to your own music and you creatively express yourself, you're not going to self-reflect on yourself, and you're not going to learn how to self-reflect. And I honestly think that self-reflection is the most important skill that anyone can learn ever. It's the foundation of everything. It is by self-reflecting, you learn how to 1, chill out, 2, not be a dick, 3, GG, which are my 3 tenets of life. No privacy, no social boundaries, just titties. What the fuck? What, like as a parent? Don't think you should be showing your tits to your children. That's just me, but I think that's probably bad. Based. Stop! I don't think you're really grown if you're not able to self-reflect. Yeah, kind of. I mean, I think it's the most important skill. It's the most if you can realize why you think something, then you are way less likely to be wrong, or to be stupid, or to upset someone, or to be biased, you know? If you can understand why you think something, then you'll just be a better person. And that's so important. For example, pretty much everyone who has a stupid bias, everyone who's racist or sexist or homophobic or whatever it is, all of those people, they suck at self-reflection. They must do. They suck at self-reflection, because why do you feel like that? Think about it. Just think about it. Why do you think this? Why are you having these thoughts? Are these thoughts backed up with evidence? Do you want to go have a Google and see if they are? You want to see the statistical reports? Oh, you can't find anything. Oh, you're seeing evidence for other stuff. Interesting. Okay, change your mind. Easy. You can feel a certain way, and that can be backed up by your own anecdotal experiences. Confirmation bias can solidify certain feelings for you. You can learn certain things from media, from your parents, from your community, etc., etc., etc. But you need to fix it. And they don't want to change their mind, though. Yeah, cognitive dissonance can make it very, 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 very tricky to change your mind about stuff, and people love digging their heels in. But you got to get over that, because that's just an emotion. What are emotions not? Facts. No, they're not. What are anecdotes? As Kleist said in a previous stream, and I've saved this, I think it's really, really, really good. You said something like, the plural of anecdote. Was that anecdote? Yeah, the plural of anecdote isn't evidence. Just because you have many, many stories about something doesn't mean it becomes fact. Your tears say more than any evidence ever could. And other things we disagree with. Smart one, Claire. Very good. I don't know if that's exactly the phrasing. You probably phrase it better. Antidotes, like for snake bites? Exactly. Honestly, and it's hard because of the way you feel, but it's logically, there's a pattern to it, there's a step to it, and it's easier. Everyone can do it. Everyone can self-reflect, everyone can research, everyone can do the evidence, and everyone can change their mind. It just takes a little bit of trying. Everyone starts out biased in certain ways. Everyone has certain biases. It's very hard to escape, it's very hard to avoid. But you gotta fix them. The plural of anecdote isn't data. Yes! That was such better phrasing. Yeah, absolutely. That's what you said. Spanish, thanks for the follow. Thank you. Anecdata is a fun word. It really is. So, it's not easy, but everyone needs to do it. And the fact that some people think they don't have to do it vexes me. It's my biggest thing. Do we start with biases or do we learn them? Oh, we 100% learn them. I don't think a baby comes out and hates gay people. I don't think they do that. I don't think a baby comes out and is like, do you know what I hate? Women. I don't think that's what happens. I think you learn that. You learn that from whoever you're surrounded by, friends, family, the community, media, representations, bad experiences, rejection, etc., etc., etc. Some babies are born racist. I don't think that's true. I really don't think that's true. Can a baby form its own biases by observation? Not a baby. I don't think. Nah, babies are crazy offensive. Okay. All right, if you say so. Babies aren't born subscribed to Andy T. That's true. That's true. Except that one baby once in a while. I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think anyone comes out of the womb angry and biased about stuff. Babies don't even have theory of mind. Yeah, they don't even know that other people have other opinions. If you guys don't know what theory of mind is the ability to know that someone else has a different perspective from yours. And so that can be literal. Like, just because you know something is in a box doesn't mean that the person just walking into the room knows that something is in a box. There's no reason they would know it's there, even though you know it's there. And babies and kids can't do that. I think it's actually way later than people think. Like 6 to 8 year olds, they start realizing that. And some people still struggle with that. Like the idea that other people have a completely different life, totally by themselves, completely different perspectives, and it's just as equal and just as good as yours. It can be very tricky. And some people have social theory of mind issues. So it's not always, not for everyone, but it's a symptom of autism or some types of autism. Struggling with theory of mind and stuff like that. No, we're all a hive mind, god damn it! Oh, that too. Oh no. So it's a theory, not a fact then. I mean, sure. You're trying to gotcha me, Ice. Oh no. My god. AI has some theory of mind too. Interestingly. Interesting. That is interesting. It's a scientific theory, not a normal theory. It's just a theory. A game theory. Wrong sound effect. Oh no. I mean, if you analyze the human race zoomed out, wouldn't we look like a hive? We are but bees. According to a very problematic pickup artist named Matt Cross, a very problematic pickup artist. You may have seen him around recently. He's the TikTok dude who was like, when a woman says no, you don't have to leave her alone or something. You don't have to accept a rejection. He's that dude. He thinks that women are bees. He keeps doing bee metaphors. Women are bees. I don't really get it, but bees, women are bees or something. See, if the point he was making was that women got all that honey or something, that's gross, but it would make more sense than what he said. I don't remember why women are bees. Do you guys remember why women are bees? It wasn't to do with the birds and the bees thing. I have no idea why women were bees. I don't remember. Because they sting? Maybe something like that? They'll hurt you if they feel threatened or something. Crisscross will make you down. Crisscross! Crisscross! And run it back. Sorry, so sorry. If a woman says no, you should try giving her a shinier stone. It's true. The shinier the stone, the more likely it is that the bee will stay. God, I love rocks. And moss. If there's a moss on a rock, I just instantly... Sorry. Insta-moist if there's moss on a rock. The rock, that is. Because the moss. Yes, indeed. Women can't say no. They only yesn't. Oh no. Never take no as an answer. Which, by the way, isn't just bad dating advice. Really bad dating advice. Never take no as an answer is also very bad marketing and salesman advice. According to all of the salesmen and marketing experts that I've ever listened to ever. That's just bad. If someone is sincerely saying no, you can try and convince them. But if someone is saying no, I have no need for this product. I'm not interested at all. What a waste of time it is. It's such a waste of time to try and convince that person. Just go to the next person. There's so many people. There's so many people in the world. It's fine. You know? Like there are so many fish in the sea. Ba-dum-bum. Hi, Ty. Reminds me of the penguins doing the nests for women. Well, that's fun. What, like in Happy Feet? Is that a real thing based on a real thing? Or is that just Happy Feet thing? Benny, thanks for the prime. I appreciate that. Rocks are pretty cool. Yeah. I like sea glass, which I realize isn't a rock. It's glass, but it's close enough. It's rockish. Anyway, so that's why privacy for your adolescence is important. All Erikson's development stages of development: attachment theory, self-determination theory, and social cognition theory. Whatever. All right, let's carry on. So here is a story from the kids about their bad parents. Fun, 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 fun.
Toxic parents who got exposed on camera.
This guy does a lot of these.
That's crazy.
Today we're going to talk about how my toxic mother-in-law asked for our wedding photos, but she only wanted the photos that I wasn't in. So originally she bypassed both of us and just tried to get the photos of her and Sean directly from the photographer, but when the photographer wouldn't release those photos, she asked Sean for the wedding photos.
And so she reached out to me, and I responded by giving her the photos that included all of us as a family, and of
Oh my
course had
God.
Sean in them. And she got frustrated and started asking, "Where are the ones of just you and me as a family?"
So we decided we didn't want to give her those photos since it was our wedding day. We wanted the photos to be remembered from that day with the two of us in them and the family as a whole. And so she got mad about that. She never posted any of the photos that we gave her. She never acknowledged that we got married. And the only time she's said that I was her daughter-in-law was when she was calling me out for being a narcissist.
Imagine being so insecure that you begrudge your son for getting married. Wow, that's so weird. That is so weird. Completely, like, I don't want any pictures with the bride in them. The fragility. My God, Benny, you're so right. That's the deep end of the crazy pond. It really is. That's where all the salmon are. You put salmon in a pond? Koi. You have koi in ponds every now and then. I could see it though. Remember our boy mum stream? I do remember our boy mum stream. I found so many more worse ones since that stream, but it hasn't come up. But yeah, oh my God. I don't want my son replacing me with another woman. It's a little bit different, isn't it? I hope it's a little bit different. Replacing you with another... What the fuck? What does that even mean, replacing you with another woman? On that note, there's a new season of MILF Manor. Trout can be in ponds. That's fun. I thought tuna was small. I thought you could put tuna in a pond. But they're fucking huge. They're massive. I hope it's a lot different. Yeah, not just a little bit. Unfortunately, I remember her as well. You remember the boy mum stream, unfortunately. Oh dear. Salmon tends to want to escape to the ocean eventually. Poor salmon. You gotta let him fly free, man. That's the whole, like, point of the stream about privacy and autonomy and such. Okay, here's another one. So this is more of a news thing. Here we go. So, there was a couple, parents in China. Excuse me. Hey, Clee, do you have any paracetamol? Could you pop me some? Thank you. Yeah, so there was a couple in China, parents in China, and they basically said that the daughter was doing stuff wrong, and they sued her. So what did the daughter do? Let's get to the bottom of it. Apparently, they abandoned their daughter at the age of 2. They magically reappeared after learning the daughter has money. And they said, you should buy your younger brother an apartment. She obviously said no, because what the hell? Ooh. Thank you! Guys, I think I'm sick again. Really mad about it. The time between the last sickness was not long enough. I don't even go outside. Cleedum does this to me because he works a job with other people. No mashed potatoes though. Still no mashed potatoes. I know, what the fuck, honestly. Arrest him for drug dealing. Yeah, he's like a real job and he goes outside and he talks to other people. And that's why we're sick all the time. When we both used to go outside, we used to argue about who got who sick first. Because we have different immune systems, so the rate of getting ill is different, so you can never really be sure. Who got who sick? Now there's no mystery. Always his fault, and I'm absolutely fuming about it. I'm fuming. I'm fucking ill again. So, it's only been like 2 weeks since I was last ill, you selfish bastard! Sorry. You talk to us? Aw, you can't make me sick though, because you're like over there in your respective homes. And that's where you will stay. Hi, Bulk, welcome in. Having Cleedum is like having a child in primary school. Honestly, it's only a like matter of time before I get nits or something. Something stupid. Sick of our shit, maybe. True. No, that's not true. We can make you mentally sick. Is that your goal? Is that what you're trying? Your natural response was to get medicated. Yes. What, for feeling ill symptoms? Taking paracetamol? Isn't that what you're supposed to do? Because I don't want to feel ill. So I quite like not feeling unwell. So I take the paracetamol. I still get shots and wear my mask. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Not a bad plan. No. Not even slightly. Does he talk to other people or geek out about laminated flow? Laminated, laminar, you mean, darling. Laminar flow. He does, yes. Paracetamol is nature's gift to the unwell. Yes, I read a thing that paracetamol doesn't actually stop you from developing your immune system. That was a myth. But I might be wrong, and maybe that was a myth too. I have no idea. Laminar flow sounds like a Harry Potter spell. It does! It really does, Simon. You need to go out to build a stronger immune system. You're not wrong, Yoda. You're not wrong. But then I have to go outside. I don't get COVID anymore. I've realized. That's pretty fun, because Cleed had COVID a few months ago. It wasn't his fault. Someone with COVID came into the office. The bastard. Anyway, Cleed got COVID recently. And I didn't get it. I think I've had COVID too many times, is what happened. Again, none of them were my fault. I swear to God, none of them were my fault. I was so careful and so safe, but sometimes you have to go to the hospital, etc., etc., etc. I got COVID a few times. And now I'm just totally immune. GG's. COVID, does that still exist? Oh, yeah. I think it will exist forever, probably. Laminus flowus. Now your flow has no internal collisions. You're cursed. Would that be bad for your blood? I have no idea. I'm not a biologist. Anyway, let's keep going. So yeah, Chinese parents, they disappeared, abandoned her at the age of 2, as you can read. They abandoned her at the age of 2. They randomly reappeared because they learned that she had money. They demanded that she buy her younger brother an apartment. She obviously said no, and they took her to court. Oh, I think I can't actually read this article. Let me find another one. What's that picture? Just miscellaneous sad people. Yeah. Here's one on Yahoo News, which feels less reputable, but at least you can actually read this one without paying them money. So I think you're still winning in the end. After a woman in China refused to buy her younger brother an apartment, her estranged parents filed a lawsuit for 500,000 yuan, yeah, approximately $72,000 in parental maintenance. Parental maintenance? Since when do you have to maintain your parents? Like, maybe, is that a thing in China? Does anyone know? Anyone Chinese? Or anyone know anything about Chinese law? Is it a thing that you have to maintain your parents legally? I thought it was supposed to go the other way. It's a thing in a couple of countries. That's so weird. Like a garden. Do a little pruning every now and then. Exactly. So weird. Okay. The 29-year-old Zhang?
We are looking at how to say this name and more confusing names, including from Chinese and Mandarin. So make sure to stay tuned. Zhang.
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 Cheesy. Zhang.
Zhang.
And now you know.
Thank you. Cool. So, the 29-year-old Zhang, she was basically estranged from her parents when she was 2, as I said. No relationship whatsoever. And they couldn't financially support her at any point in time. So, like, suing her for parental maintenance when you never supported her seems stupid. Isn't the point of that law? I would assume the fact that it goes both ways, right? They support you, you support them. GG, everyone's happy. Love and family and etc. But if you never actually supported her, then you can't expect to be supported back. How fucking entitled. So entitled. Oh my gosh. Yeah, she was raised by her aunt, actually, and considers them her family. And so she did previously buy her cousin an apartment because she has money. $72,000, Simon, is what they sued her for. USD. So yeah, she paid for a cousin's apartment. They popped up, the parents, and decided you also should buy your brother an apartment. I assume the brother they're looking after, so it's like their son. She said no. They filed a lawsuit for 72,000 USD in parental maintenance, but the court ruled in Zhang's favor. Very, very interesting. There was a TikTok of a dude who explained this better, and he's just really cool as a guy, so you'll enjoy his channel.
These parents sued their daughter for the most absurd reason. Last year, a couple from China decided to sue the daughter that they had abandoned 30 years before because she refused to buy their son an apartment. You see, in 1995, when Zhang was just 2 years old, her parents for some reason decided that they couldn't raise her anymore, so they put her in her aunt's care. Over the course of the next 27 years, her parents rarely ever reached out and expressed basically no care towards her at all. As such, she had always considered her aunt's family to be her biological family. So, when Zhang was older and had managed to work extremely hard to get a very well-paying job for herself, she decided to help out her financially struggling cousin by buying an apartment for him. She had always seen this cousin as her brother, and he had always been there for her, so she was happy to help out. But when her biological parents, who hadn't talked to her in years by then, found out about this, they were furious. They demanded that Zhang also buy an apartment for their beloved.
Because you bought your not biological brother an apartment, you should buy your biological brother an apartment. That was their reasoning, or their logic, I suppose.
Zhang's biological brother, who was also financially struggling. And when Zhang obviously refused, since this was the family that had abandoned her, her parents sued her, demanding $72,000 in parental maintenance. Unfortunately, this story ends in the worst way possible. Since respect for parents is extremely important in China, a court ended up forcing Zhang to reach a mutual settlement with her parents.
I thought it was the other way. It says in this article, but who am I to doubt him? Oh shit, I read it wrong. There's an although. There's an although. Thank you, Andy. The court ruled that although Zhang is not obligated to buy her brother an apartment, she must negotiate the amount with her parents and pay the parental maintenance fee. Under the Civil Code of China, adult children have a legal obligation to support their parents regardless of estrangement or abandonment. There was outrage at the court's verdict. That is so silly. Yeah, it seems fair. That is so silly. Poor Zhang. And yeah, she has money, but $72,000 is a lot. That is a lot. That is like more than most people's. I don't know for her or for China, but that's more than most people's annual salary. $72,000. The average salary in the UK is $32,000. It's like 2 years worth of salary. That's some BS. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Oh, gosh. Parents should never count on the money of their children. Yeah, I think so. I think so. I don't know. I mean, it depends on context, but I think so in general. You don't get to choose how or where you're born. Some constraints are extrinsic and not over the control of people. I need to sue both my sons. Give me money. Yeah, well, there you go. If you're in China, you can sue your children and they'll give you money. So, GG. How do you make a living out of £32,000 per annum, right? You get it. That's the problem. Everyone lives in poverty. It's what we call the cozy lives. Cost of living crisis. We made it cute so it's less scary. No one can afford heating. There are people who died because they couldn't heat their homes. The UK is not a rich country. It's seen as a rich country because of the monarchy and stuff, and we present that way, and because we have a big finance sector, but we only have a finance sector, and it's the money that comes from the finance sector is only for them. 32k is average, so half of people live on less than that. Yep. The reason why I'm not in a rush to get a proper job is because the job that I would get, or that I would want to get, or the job that I would be qualified to get, or that would make the most sense for me, would pay way less than streaming. And streaming does not make me a lot of money at all. And that's not including your guys' generosity. I don't count that because you never have to be generous. You never have to give me any money. It's not dependent on that. I'm really, really grateful when you do, and all of that money is reinvested back into the stream, and I'm really, really grateful. But including the stuff apart from that is not. So that's just yeah. So for the job that I would get, I think I did the research on this. The job that I would get, if not streaming, thank you, Bor, I appreciate that. But you look at me, thank you. The job that I would get requires, Giggle takes the follow. First, psychology, right? Which is a very important profession. We're lacking profession. It's a skills shortage area. For psychology, you need a 4-year degree, a master's degree, a 3-year PhD. So that's 8 years. 8 years of higher education that isn't paid for you. It's not free. You have to pay for that. 8 years of higher education. Then you need 2 years of clinical training. So that's 10 years now. And then you need to get qualified and you need to get officialized by the board. And that can take up to a year sometimes. So that's 11 years of clinical training and higher education that you have to pay for. And clinical training usually is very, very poorly paid or not paid at all. It's like an internship type thing. Right? They're doing you a favor. And then, after all of that, you are qualified to become a trainee psychologist. Not a psychologist yet. You're qualified to become a trainee psychologist. Guess the average salary for a trainee psychologist. Guess. $25? Lower. 65. Haha, Benny. 65. No. 22. £22,000. After 11 years of higher education, proper qualifications, and you become a trainee psychologist, £22,000 a year. The average rent is $1,000 a month. That's bonkers. Yep. Yeah. So everyone's just like, oh, Perry, get a proper job. Why? Not in this, a proper job in this economy? After the trainee becomes a real one, though. Yep. After you're a trainee for however long, 3, 4, 5 years, then you can upgrade to a psychologist, not a trainee psychologist. And then the average salary for that is about 30-something thousand. Maybe 40,000 if you're lucky. And then, if you do really well, after about 20, 30 years, you can maybe make up to 70. And that's like a good job. That's a good job. That's way higher than other things. And yeah, it's not psychology too. Aerospace engineers, doctors, salaries typically cap around 65k. Yeah, they do. 65k is seen as a lot. I know people who are 50-something years old and they're like professors, really, really good professors, heads of departments at really reputable universities. They make about 65. After about 30 years doing it. Cost of living. Wait, really? Yeah. Yeah, really. Yeah, but it's not just the UK, right? America's kind of also like that. Canada's also like that. We are so poor. It's true. It's really, really bad. I mean, and I think we present as a wealthy country, like I said, because of the monarchy and because of the reputation and British posh people and higher education and all that stuff. We present as a rich country, but we are not, actually, even slightly. It's like chemistry where you make a like minimum wage with a PhD. Yeah. Australia's like that. Damn. That's why I worked in trades for a decade before turning to investing. Yeah. Posh people carrying the marketing. Yeah, it's true, with the accents and the Benedict Cumberbatches. On the bright side, corporations have been making record profits these last few years. Yay! Yeah, honestly, the purpose of life is to increase value for the shareholders, and as long as you're doing that, that's what it's all about. For democracy! Hi, Omicron! That's pretty bad. I would say America is anything like that. You don't think America's the same? I think you guys are a little bit better off. I think you are. I always say America, get your shit together, but I mean socially. Financially, I think you guys are a little bit better off than us. Not mostly. Depends. I guess it varies between states. I don't know, but still. That blows my mind. I guess I didn't have a perspective for wages in the UK. What's it like over there, fun? America is the greatest country of all time. Thank you, Black Cats. This is why we bully you. Thanks for the follow, Twitch Paypig. Oh, dear. Hi. That's the username you've gone with. I'm surprised it's not taken already. You must have gotten in there quick with that one. Welcome in. Oh, dear. USA! USA! Oh yeah, your worker laws are also terrible. Yeah, socially you need to get your shit together. Well, yeah, I mean, worker laws and stuff. They can just fire you at any time. We have a thing called probation, where in the first 6 months, you're basically not stable at all and they can fire you for whatever purpose, and everyone's like terrified of probation. And probation, that's the main reason for not starting a new job, is because people don't want to go through probation again. Probation for us is the same thing as just your jobs, just in general. You guys don't, you're always on probation. Get it together! The median salary in the US was $70,000 a few years ago. Really? But I guess the cost of living is higher. The median? 70,000. That's twice. I don't think the cost of living is twice as much for you. Oh my God. Anyway. Okay. Sorry, yeah. So they sued her daughter and she had to pay her parents, even though they abandoned her because she didn't want to buy her brother an apartment. Absolute bullshit. Tommy, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Okay, so the two things I want to talk about today. Obviously, we want to answer the main question. Do psychologists make for worse parents? I've showed you some examples of worse parents. None of them were actually psychologists, so GG. But before I talk about that, I was watching a Penguin Zero video, and he said that he hypothesizes that parents of childhood stars are often the worst, way worse than other parents. And that's what got me thinking about, well, what other stereotypes have I heard? Who else are really bad parents? So the reason why he might be right, not all, obviously, this is just in general, never all. We can't make grand sweeping generalizations. I'm sure there are lots of psychologist parents who are fantastic. There's lots of parents of childhood stars who are fantastic. I heard stuff about David Franco. No, Harry Potter. Why do I always forget his name? He's so cool, and his movies are amazing. He's established an entire genre by himself. He's such a cool dude. What's his name? Daniel Radcliffe. Thank you. I really can't hold on to his name. I always forget about David Radcliffe. David Radcliffe. He talks very fondly of his parents because apparently when he was a childhood star in Harry Potter, they never, ever let him Google himself. He had to be in school, and they kept saying to him, if at any point you want to stop, you can. You don't have to do this. This is completely up to you. And they always gave him that out. So they never forced him to do anything. They never let him Google himself. They never let the social thing. They never took him to events where people would crowd him. And they let him be a kid, basically. He did have a lot of addiction issues, though. Did he? I never heard that. Oh, dear. That probably wasn't to do with his parents. Or maybe it was. That's just what he says in interviews. I think Emma Watson's parents were like that, too. Hermione. I would be a bad parent. You can walk? Great. Go roam the world. Not my responsibility anymore. I would be a terrible parent. I really would, I think. He showed up drunk to filming a lot. No way. Oh dear. Oh dear. Hi, welcome, man. Yeah, spoken about his substance abuse issues during the later filming of the movies. Oh, do you know what? That rings a bell, actually. That does ring a bell. Oh dear. Oh dear. Poor thing. But the reason why Moist Critical might be right about parents of childhood film stars in general is because of 5 things. 6 things. 6 things. 1. A lot of the reason why people put kids into movie roles or like celebrity roles in the first place, if the parent is actively seeking auditions and stuff like that, the reason a lot of the time why parents do that is they want to project their own unfulfilled dreams. They want to live vicariously through their kids, which is a very bad motivation, right? So that might be a reason why they're not such good parents in general. And that means they can be more pushy and they can force them to do it and they can like stop doing stuff. Hi, Baha, welcome, man. Good thing I'm not a psychologist. I can make how many grand sweeping statements I want. That's true. If you're not a scientist, you can just... It's freedom. It is freedom. I wish I could make more grand sweeping statements. The second thing is that a lot of the time, another motivation for putting your kid into childhood star act positions and trying to make them famous is because they want the money. Which means they're more likely to take the money from the kids, or they're more likely to force kids to do stuff, which is not good. Not good things. They want to control as well. They want a sense of control. Very bad. Very bad, which can then lead to autonomy issues, privacy issues, which, as we talked, affects a kid's identity and trust in themselves and the world, which is the problem. They're at a stage of development, according to Erickson. The fourth thing, boundaries might suffer. And not just boundaries between the kid and the parent, because the parent has to know what they're doing. Are you going to the audition? What are you doing? How do you feel? Etc., etc., etc. All of those things. There's also the difference between a parent and a manager. So your parent becomes your manager, which means they're on you 24/7, which can be very damaging for relationships. I mean, it's damaging for any relationship, right? If your partner becomes your manager, it can lead to resentment and stuff like that. But that's also true. And also, the fifth thing is boundaries between the kid and other people and fans. That can be really bad. And as a parent, you're subjecting them to that, which is why I think Daniel Radcliffe's parents tried so hard to not let him Google himself and not let him go to events where there would be fans and not let him do anything like that, because they wanted to maintain that boundary between the kid and their audience and their privacy. If everyone's always, Googling, what's up with Daniel Radcliffe? What's his birthday? What's his star sign? Etc., etc. That's not good. Thank you for the bits. What's up, Kay?
What's up, Kay says, I has a question. Would you rather be child actor like 5, 10, where your older self would most likely be unrecognizable in your adult life, or be an actor as an adult where you've lived your life, had your fun, had a regular childhood and upbringing, and then become recognized in your 30s, 40s, etc.?
The latter. Second one. Yeah. I think you can appreciate it more and you have better skills. And you're less vulnerable to problems. Yeah, second one. Do you guys agree? Put a 1 in the chat if you'd rather be a childhood star. Put a 2 in the chat if you'd rather not be a childhood star and only get recognized in your 30s or 40s. Less likely to have to work out problems. Yeah. I think absolutely. I think it's a landslide. Money early in life does sound useful, though. It does sound nice. That's true. Before you have too many responsibilities and you're too tired. Josh, hi. But if I don't have a childhood, I won't know what I missed. That's true. I don't know. I don't think that's a good argument. Oh, you cap it. You know it too. Clive wants to be a childhood star because I'd learned to enjoy cocaine early. Yeah, you get all that good stuff before it starts giving you migraines, We don't condone crime. Stay safe out there. Oh dear. And the final thing, isolation. If you're a childhood star, you're busy all the time. You might be adultified. There's another word for this, but you might be adultified, where you're made to act more mature because you have to work. And you interact with adults more than you do other kids. And you're isolated from peers. You don't have a normal childhood. Some kids who are childhood stars, they don't even go to school. They're homeschooled and all that stuff. They don't have time. They're not allowed to go to a party because you're due early on set the next day. Heisenberg would have made much more money if he started making meth early. But he had to get a chemistry degree. And have access to all the labs and stuff. So if he started out early, his meth wouldn't have been as good. The only reason he got so famous is because his meth was super pure. So. Breaking Bad. And then you become Jojo Siwa. Exactly. And if Jojo Siwa is anything, she's definitely a cautionary tale. Have you guys heard about Jojo Siwa? Oh my god. She's just become... so she was on Dance Moms. She was a dancer. Dance Moms is a very, very awful program that currently doesn't exist because the leader, or the main person in Dance Moms, the dance coach, went to prison and stuff. And she's just... everyone hates her. Basically, she's super abusive. Screaming at the kids, manipulating the kids, making them feel very bad, throwing chairs at kids, etc., etc., etc. She did have bizarre adventures. It's true. Yeah, and so Jojo Siwa was a kid on that. Now, most kids who were on Dance Moms, some of them go on to be really successful. Maddie Ziegfeld, or whatever her name is, she's now a pretty famous actress and dancer. She's in lots of things. Maddie, whatever her name is. But yeah, Jojo Siwa was another one from a later season. And she, usually, the kids turn around and they say, Abby Lee Miller, the coach, was awful. She was awful. She hated them. She was abusive. Glad they're not in that environment anymore. They recognize it and they're healthier for it now. Jojo Siwa is not one of those people. She owed everything to Abby Lee Miller, she says. She's now friends with the most sus people ever. She's friends with Colleen Ballinger and all of these other people, James Charles and stuff like that, and she doesn't see any problem with them. And she's basically, rumor has it, become another Abby Lee Miller. So there was a controversy, and she's been accused of various stuff, such as abusing the kids in her own dance school now that she's an adult. She's abusing kids in her own dance school by forcing them to dance even through like severe medical health problems and things like that. And just being awful. She's basically turned into Abby Lee Miller. And she cheated on a bunch of her girlfriends, and she has made music videos where she's going through a phase right now. Film Cooper calls it maximalist, like, street or something. I don't even know. The Thin Black Duke, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. She's the definition of naive. Going to fall off the horse pretty quick. Yeah, if she hasn't already, Maya. True. Absolutely true. I think she's just been brainwashed into being just as bad as Abby Lee. Anyway, that's Jojo Siwa. She's a childhood star, and it went very poorly because her mother is also terrible. Her mother is terrible. So bad. Her mother is the one who's driving her to maintain her childhood innocence and is driving her to do her own clutch onto fame and do her own dance schools where they abuse people together. Is she 20? I don't know how old she is. Most people shouldn't have children. I think having children is a really big responsibility. And now that we're not suffering from a population crisis, we don't have to have babies. I think people should really consider it more. There's a thing where having kids is standard and expected. And a lot of that is because back when there either wasn't access to contraception, or it was just, it was promoted because of war times and stuff like that. So having kids was something that was in propaganda a lot. Have as many kids as you can because there's nothing more important than being a parent and stuff like that. That's propaganda that's kind of messed with everyone's heads. Or it was something that was important to do, like the 3 child benefits in France and French policy and stuff like that. But now that we actually don't need to have kids, and now that we're not at war, hopefully, I think not having kids should become an option that is seen as standard and normal, and it should be a decision, and there's no right or wrong answer to that decision, just based on you. And there shouldn't be any stereotypes about people who don't have kids. You shouldn't assume that they're just sad and lonely. You shouldn't assume that they're just selfish dickheads, you know? Oh, you want to enjoy your life and have fun, and you don't think you'd be a very good parent, so you don't want to have kids? Bitch. You should, I think it's just it should be a normal choice. It should be a standard normal choice to not. But I am a selfish dickhead. Well, that's fine, Joe. Go off. Yeah. People without kids are sad and lonely, and that grows exponentially with age. I don't think that's true, creator. Maybe if they really desperately want kids and they can't have them, it might be something that they feel like there's a hole. But I know a lot of people that never had kids, and they're like 70 now, and they are living their best life, and they are super happy. I talked to her about it. There's a woman that I know who's really, really cool. She is a journalist and for dispatches, and she goes into war zones, and she knows everything about everything, and she's super muscular, and she's really a cool lady. She has lovers, but she hasn't married, or maybe she married and didn't remarry or something, and she doesn't have any kids. And I talked to her about it, and I was like, is that something that you might do in the future, or something that you feel like you should have done? And she said, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Super happy with the way things are going. No regrets whatsoever. Never wanted it. Still don't. So, I don't think it's something for everyone. I think that's I think it's a little bit of propaganda, to be honest. Yeah, double income as well. If you have kids, double income, no kids, just dogs. Hi, Skill. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Dink! Double income, no kids. Yep, the dink lifestyle. Exactly. That's what it is. It's true. Look around you. Go outside. I'm sure there are some people without kids who are upset about that. I'm saying not everyone, creator. Have you gone outside? Just like saying all people should. Exactly. All people should is always wrong. Not all people should do anything. Except, you know, like eat. All people should eat. All people should drink water. There are also people who have kids and sad. That's true. There are loads of people who have kids and it was a mistake. But it's very hard to own up to it being a mistake. You can't say that, can you? If you have kids and you wish you didn't, you can't say that. You have to, like, there are people who literally murder their children. That's like a very common case. Not common in terms of how many people do it, but in terms of murders, it's in terms of murders, that's a common thing to occur. People who kill their kids because it was a mistake, they shouldn't have had kids and they hate it. I can think of many people with kids who are sad, and yeah, but it's not like they're gonna say, "Oh, I wish I didn't have kids," because you can't say that. But I think it's true for a lot of people. Sadness is everywhere. Aw, oh no, that can't be the takeaway. Loud, thanks for the follow. That can't be the takeaway, that sadness is everywhere no matter what you do. And simultaneously, happiness is everywhere. That's why it's just important to think about it. It's just important to think about it and make the right choice for you. And don't rush into it because you feel like you should. The joy children bring is only understandable as a parent. Okay, great. Happy. Do you have kids? Happy for you. Happy for you that the kids bring you joy. That's good. That's good for you. Whatever. Life is sad and then we die. Got it, Perry. That is not what I'm saying. Oh my god. Oh my god. Children are parasites. Cats are better. I mean, they're only parasites in the literal sense. It's like fucking Alien. It's like something out of freaking Alien. It's like a freaking horror movie. It grows inside of you and it's scratching at you and kicking you, and then it shoots out and you break yourself, and then you're just sad forever and you bleed 24/7. If I do have kids, I'll adopt. Because there are loads of babies that need households. I think it's a very nice moral thing to do. And also then I don't have to give fucking birth, because what a horror show. No one can tell me differently. No one can say, oh, okay, do you know what? I do know women who love being pregnant. They really enjoy it. They feel like there's a sense of purpose, and they enjoy the feeling, and they enjoy the caring, and they think having their own kids, there's something beautiful there, and I completely respect that, and I think they're completely right from their perspective. There's nothing wrong with that at all. They're not wrong. Completely true for them. For me, what a freaking horror show. No, thank you. Try it at least once. Jesus Christ. I'm not sure. Not sure. I love that movie. Alien. Yeah, I really like that movie too. I don't want to live it. My mother always said you should try anything at least once. Very good advice for most things. I don't need to try jumping off a cliff. I don't need to try stabbing someone. I don't need to try heroin, at least not until I'm 85. Stay safe out there. I don't condone crime. I'm only joking. Now I'm a cocaine addict. No, Marty! Try meth at least once. Am I picante? That was such a good song. I love it so much. Yeah, absolutely. Oh no! What did you say? Oh no! Why the cutoff at 85? That's a good point. People live a lot longer. Maybe, I don't know. I stay inside and I'm like, there's like loads of mold in my house and I constantly get migraines, so I'm not sure how long I'm gonna live for me personally. But you know, GG, we carry on. Do as I say, not as I do. Don't do herons, kids. They can snap at you. My brother got chased by swans once. I tell you this all the time. Which is really funny. He was in slippers. One idiot. One loser. Fucking swans. He was terrified. He's older than me. The swan was in slippers? No! That would be funny though. Do you think they'd be able to wear slippers? You think they'd just fall around? Have you ever put a dog in little booties? They really struggle. They really, really, really struggle. Did he go back for a rematch? No, he accepted defeat. I mean, they're taller than him, so... He got chased by the band Swans. Yeah, they're angry dudes. is what happened. Okay, so that's why childhood stars, parents of childhood stars, as Penguins theorized, might be not good parents, but there is no evidence. I mean, the research is super, super, super scarce, but there's no evidence so far that that's actually true. There's more of a trend for parents of childhood stars, but I think that's to do with motivation, why they make their children stars or try so hard to make their children stars in the first place. So for that, for that sample, you're more likely to get ship parents because it's already something they do, right? They start out that way. Now, let's answer the question of the stream. Finally, shall we? So the reason I started thinking about this is because Moist Critical theorized that, and I thought, interesting, let's think about other stereotypes. But I also started thinking about the stereotypes in movies and film and TV, as I said at the start of the stream. So one thing that I saw was in Gone Girl. Like I told you, Gone Girl. Cletum's making pasta. Are you making some for me? I can smell it. You making pasta? Did you make some for me? Not that you had to, but is that something that you did? No. Did you not? It's mine! Perry about to go feral. You've eaten. I had a salad. That's not food, okay? I had like a total of 100 calories. Fine. You're right. You're right, I've eaten. Fucking leaves. That's your allotted food for today. You sound like Ruby Frankie. I cut out all sugar. Did you really? Good job. That's so tricky. Because sugar and dairy, or sugar and sugar and dairy is supposed to be really bad for your skin. And so I've been trying to cut out sugar and most of dairy for a while, but I just can't do it. It's just too delicious. I just keep having 12 bites. Salad is the only food my food eats. Yeah, salad is the food my food eats. That's so funny. Of course, I made some for all of chat other than Perry. There's sugar in everything. True, Dale, true. I mean, like, sugar. Like glucose refined sugar. Like sugar where you, like the white sugar, like chocolate and sweets and such. But yeah, everything is reduced to added sugars. Exactly. Fructose, fine. That's fruit and shit. Things that are digested as your body and broken down into glucose, fine. Added granulated sugar. Exactly. It's supposed to be bad for your skin because you get a sugar spike and that can... Moderation is key, I think. No, it's not like don't eat sugar ever or don't have dairy ever. It's just moderation. And I eat nothing but sugar and dairy. I'm just a chocolate cheese kind of gal, is the problem. Thanks for the pasta, Cleed. I hate all of you. I am fuming. No, you're right. Don't give it to me. Don't give it to me. I'm protecting my skin for a dream hack. I've only got a month left. I don't need it. Because if you make me pasta, I'm going to put cheese on it. I will. Oh, but Perry, you don't have to. How many serums do you have? None. Sometimes I do retinol, but I've stopped. For now. I'm going to start it again after DreamHack. I don't use any, because I have really, really super stupid sensitive skin. Like, stupid sensitive skin. So I have a CeraVe cream, SPF. And I have CeraVe foaming face wash for my skin. That's, like, suited for my skin type. And that is it. That is it. And I wash my pillowcases a lot. And since doing that, since starting that and cutting out all of the serums and everything, my skin has gotten so much better. For some people, the serums work amazingly, and that's the thing that suits their skin. For me, whenever I try anything at all that isn't just the super basic, simple stuff, it just... You're meant to wash your pillowcase? Oh my god, Panda, please. Panda, what the hell? Yes! You also have a Cetaphil moisturizer. Oh, is it Cetaphil? Yeah, I have one moisturizer. And then one face wash. And that's it. Super simple, nothing in it. No perfumes, no nothing. Hi, Roshi! I hate you. Have you also been searching around in bathrooms like Perry? No, I did that one time, and everyone was weird about it. I complimented someone on their conditioner that they use. I went to a house party or a house gathering, and after I was leaving, because I just went to the bathroom, I said to the girl, oh, we use the same conditioner. And she looked at me really weird, and it took me 3 months, genuinely 3 months, to realize why she looked at me weird, and I realized it's because I was snooping through her stuff. I'm not very good at social cues. I don't really get it. I get it now. I see why she thought that was strange. Anyway. Mary the bathroom snoop. But now Anishka's going through my things. I've been thinking about it a lot. I still think you're in the right. Thank you, home. Thank you. Can I bring you with me to the next party so you can just stand behind me and be like, she's right. Shut your mouth. You can be my hype man. But if you wash your pillowcase, you'll strip away its layers of protected oils and dusts. Yeah, that sounds like science. That's good. That's what I heard too, yeah. You don't get social cues? Aren't you trained in psychology? I can spot... Okay, so it's two different skills. 4 minutes. And everybody. I learned this recently. It's two very, very, very different skills. I've also talked about this on stream before, I'm sorry. It's two very, very different skills. Being able to identify what someone else is doing and being able to identify what you're doing. It's two different skills to be able to realize why other people are wrong and realize why you're wrong. So I'm very, very, very bad at knowing if I'm being weird. I'm self-reflective in that I know I'm very aware of all my biases. I know if I'm being genuine and sincere and nice. But I'm very bad at realizing if people are mad at me or if I've done something that's strange. But I'm very good at realizing if someone else is being weird and strange. If someone else is being weird and strange, or if they have bad intentions, or they're just generally a dickhead, I'm really good at spotting it because of the psychology thing, probably. I can spot a dickhead from a mile off. Test me. But I'm not very good at knowing if I'm weird. Sometimes people seem mad at me and I don't really get it. And then sometimes they are mad at me and I don't notice. And then sometimes they're not mad at me, but I think they are. And I say, are you mad at me? And they say no. So I'm confused again. Yeah. I have a dickhead detector. Good that I'm more than a mile away. Oh no. Who in the chat is a dickhead, Perry? Give us names. You're all fine. You're all great. If you were a dickhead, we'd have banned you by now. So you're all filtered already. You're all good to go. Don't worry about it. Thank you, Tesseract. Wow, you have good vision. A whole mile. On a flat surface. 00, what's up? How are you going? This is probably the most autistic thing I've ever heard. I don't think it's correct to diagnose anybody. So, thank you so much. Woo! Oh no, it's a TSA pre-check but for Twitch. Exactly. Y'all gotta pass through the metal detectors. I passed the great filter. You really did. It's really true. Did you really not make me any pasta? You didn't. That's fine. Don't give it to me. Not that you were. It's my choice. It's my decision not to have any. I did not. Sorry, Cleo, I didn't realize we broke up. I love chat. ChatGPT has been calling Perry autistic constantly. It really does. It really, really does. I just don't want to bother with more diagnoses. You know, that's why I'm just like, whatever. I don't need to fix anything. It's like, fine. But it really, really, really does. Because I keep asking, hey, why do I get headaches when there's too much sound? And ChatGPT literally says you're autistic. And it's not supposed to do that. It's not supposed to give you a diagnosis. ChatGPT is always on the fence. I don't know if you've asked it a question ever. It's always on the fence about stuff. Like it's always what's going on and remember not to generalize stuff, but it's literally like, this is a trait of autism. And I say, how come when putting headphones on, I feel much more relaxed and my headache goes away almost immediately? You're autistic. How come I don't understand the social cues? You're autistic. Just every single time, like whatever I ask it. Think someone's hacked into my Jeopardy and I'm not actually on the proper GPT website or something. Something. It's one of you. It's trolls. It's a new WebMD cancer. It really is. It really, really is. Use it so much Jeopardy has built a profile on you. That's what it is. Genuinely. Why not neurodivergent? Right? Exactly. Oh no, that sounds too relatable. Ned, run! Run! As a language model, I'm confident on this one. Oh my god. How do you know if someone has ADHD? Well, you can analyze their symptoms. Oh, you mean someone else or yourself? It's a ADHD or being diagnosed with anything is just about a list of symptoms. So if you go through the DSM, Diagnostic Statistical Manual, will literally list all the symptoms to be diagnosed with any mental health condition that's diagnosable. So ADHD is on there. There's a bunch of different symptoms, such as focus dysregulation. So it's not about not being able to focus, it's about not being able to regulate your focus. Just like sometimes you can't regulate your moods, you have mood swings and you're super angry sometimes, or you're super manic sometimes, or whatever it is. You can also have focus dysregulation, which means sometimes you can't at all and you're getting all flipped around, or sometimes you're like super hyper fixated on something. That's the main symptom of ADHD, but there's a bunch of other stuff too. Like if you are in trouble a lot when you're a kid, that could be a sign. If you... What are some other symptoms of ADHD? Teddy, thanks for the follow. Totally forgotten. I mean, that's the main one. It's focus. I don't know. Are you getting misdiagnosed by the free obsolete ChatGPT or paying more for the advanced misdiagnosis by the updated version? I do use ChatGPT 4 to misdiagnose me. It's true. Oh, losing track of a conversation in the middle of it. Yeah. Time blindness. Yes, exactly. So not having a good grasp on how much time has passed. Not being able to stay still. Again, not all people with ADHD need to have all of these, but just enough of them. So the DSM will usually, the DSM will usually say, oh, you need 5 out of 7 of these things or something to be diagnosed. Poor working memory. Yes, so working memory is like your RAM. It's what you hold on to at any one point in time. And then other kinds of memory are like long-term storage, like your SSD. Because y'all are nerds, I put it in computer terms so you understand better. That's exactly what it is. Short memory, sometimes, yeah. Forgetfulness, sure, yeah. Depends on the person, but absolutely. That's some of the symptoms of that. But there's lots of overlap. Never diagnose yourself. I'm not allowed to give you any advice, but that's my advice. Don't diagnose yourself. It's like WebMD cancer, right? It becomes like that really quickly. You have no idea. It's really hard to know yourself because you know too much about you. You know too much. It's like it's hard to put yourself in a personality category as well. You know too much about you. Too nuanced. You want an outsider's perspective. Enjoy your dinner, Marit. I think most of mine is right-only memory. No. Walking into a room and not knowing why. Although, Cal, that is a phenomenon for lots of people. It's called the door theory. Walking through a door. Open door. Doorway theory. Or something. Basically what it means is that we associate new rooms and doorways with new vibes. New things, new tasks to do. So our working memory works as such. We hold certain things in our mind, RAM. We hold certain things in our mind so that we can accomplish certain tasks right now. But when we've accomplished those tasks and we're done, we let it go because there's only so much you can hold at once. Right? Only so much you can hold at once. If I do the shopping list game, for example, if I go broccoli, you have to remember broccoli. Broccoli carrots, remember broccoli carrots. Broccoli carrots toothpaste, and so on and so on and so on. There's only so many of those you can remember, or there's only so much you can hold on to, like a to-do list at once. So something that your brain does to help you is wipe it occasionally. So if you finish a task, your working memory gets wiped, pretty much. I'm being very vague in general, but your working memory gets wiped so you can start again and hold more in your brain for the next thing that's more important. And a theory is that when you walk through door frames, because door frames in new rooms are associated with different things to do, your working memory gets wiped. So that's why a lot of us, and I think everyone, when you go into a new room, you can forget why you went in there. Because you walk into a new room, your brain goes, new room, new me. Working memory gets wiped. Can't remember why you were there. What am I looking for? No idea. And usually when you go back to the previous room, then you remember, right? Because you associate the room you're in and what you're seeing with the task that you're telling yourself you need to do. And so you see something in the room and you're like, oh yeah. And then you go back in again. Happens all the damn time. Yeah, it's a working memory theory. Exactly. Which is why people with ADHD might experience that more. Because they might have problems with their working memory. Especially. That's why when you forget something, physically backtracking to the last place you thought about that thing works. Exactly. Do I take medication? I don't, Fried. I don't. My mind is like a sieve. I can't remember the rest. Oh no. Oh no. The portal effect. I worked on the railway for years and could see similar things happening when people walk through the ticket barrier, except people appear to lose things. Oh, interesting. Interesting. That's so strange. Lose things like what? Because you walk through a ticket barrier. I assume you walk through the barrier because you're getting on a train. They forget what train they're getting on? Hi, Epic! I forgot what I was just about to type. That's good enough, Epic. Welcome in. How are you doing? What's up? How many can you do in the shopping list game? I honestly have no idea. Should we test it? I don't know if you can find like a specific shopping list game, because I remember trying to find this before. So I'll just Google general memory test. And maybe it'll probably be the same thing. Oh yeah, digit span. The digit span test is a very standard... And this is basically the shopping list game. Okay, so how the digit span test works, it's a very, very standard psychological test to test your working memory. Basically, it will show you a bunch of numbers. It will show you like 4 numbers to start with. You have to remember them. Then it will show you 5 numbers, different numbers. And you have to remember those. 6 numbers, 7 numbers. And I'll put the link in. You're right. You're totally right, Fred. Good idea. I'll put the link in so you guys can do it too. Oh. I'm trying to put it in YouTube. There you go. So you guys can do it too, and tell me what you got, and let's do it together. I don't imagine it's gonna be my working memory is gonna be very good, but I'll give it my best go. All right. You'll be shown a series of numbers. Use the number pad to repeat the numbers in the same order they're shown, and respond as quickly and accurately as possible. I don't think mine's gonna be very good, man. I struggle to remember the previous word that I've just said. I lose my train of thought when I'm speaking because I remember what I've just said 2 minutes ago. All right, let's do it. And don't say them out loud because that's cheating. Six, 4, 3, 9. Seven, 2, 8, 6. Four, 2, 7, 3, 1. Seven, 5, 8, 3, 6. 6, 1, 9, 4, 7, 3. Ooh. Four. Oh no, it was 3, 9, 4, 9, 4, 2. I said that was wrong. I don't know. Four, 9. Oh god, I have no idea. It's totally wrong. Completely wrong. I'm in the 37th percentile. Cool. That's so bad. It means that 63% of people do better than me. Wait, is that true? Have I got that the right way around? If you're in the first percentile, does that mean you're the best or the worst? Good job, Harry. Thank you. I'm gonna Google it. I've totally forgotten. It's higher, better. So if you're in the 90th percentile, that means 90% of people are better than you. 99th percentile is the best. Are you sure? I thought it was the other way around. Oh, I think I'm wrong. I think you're right. 99 is the best. I think you're trolling me. I think you're trolling me. I'm gonna ask Jippity. Is 99th percentile the best or the worst for a skill? You're right. The 99th percentile represents the top 1% of individuals. So 63% of people are better than me at this test. Welp, C-. Woo! I knew it. I knew my working memory is not very good. Oh, Tim, that's rough. 85% are better than you. Rup. Rip. 65th. Nice. Good job. Good job, Fred. Sure. You trust ChatGPT more than actual chat? Yeah. Yes, I do. You did much better than me, if that helps. You know, it really does, Roshi. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. C- is still a pass. Oh, no. Oh, gosh. I'm surprised. I thought you'd be higher. It's working memory. You think I'd be... If I haven't had caffeine, I can't finish a sentence. You thought my working memory would be higher? Listen, I have a few skills, but that is not one of them. Not one of them at all. I'm good at long-term memory. I'm good at most logic things. I am very bad at working memory. Did you make me any pasta? No. I got lost in my thoughts right in the middle of it. Yeah. Oh no. My reaction time is good. But. You'll probably be a lot higher off stream. Thank you. You guys are being so nice. You guys are like feeding me copium and I love it so much. Thank you. Keep going. Give the poor woman some pasta. Thank you, Nelson. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm also sick. And they're also hacking. We also got ping. Perry still doesn't accept that she won't have pasta. It's true. I just keep thinking if I keep asking, then maybe it'll appear. Maybe he's trolling me. Maybe he's teasing me or something. Maybe. You'll get higher if you try harder. Wow, I can see what your parents were like. You're just not trying hard enough. Work. Anyway, so let's finally answer the question. I'm gonna get miscellaneous like stock images of psychologists for this. There you go. The question of the stream that we've only just finally got around to is, do psychologists in general make for worse parents? Which sounds very counterintuitive, right? Because you would think, and I'm talking specifically about child developmental psychologists here, so psychologists that work with kids. You would think that by knowing all of the stuff about kids and knowing how they develop and knowing the good stuff and knowing what their stages, Erickson's stages of development and what they need and the parts of identity and autonomy and privacy and all of this stuff, right? Knowing all of that, it means you'd enact it more. And that might very well be true. It genuinely might be. There's very little research on this. I won't be able to give a definitive answer, actually, on whether or not psychologists make for bad parents in general, but we can hypothesize, and I'm going to ask you what you guys think at the end of it, based on everything that I've said. Or, like, other stuff that you might know. But you would assume that by knowing all of the stuff, you'd be a better parent. But it doesn't necessarily work like that. Because you have to remember that knowing something doesn't necessarily mean you'll be able to apply it. And I'm sure that's true for a lot of you. Put a word in the chat if you've ever had a really good idea about how to do something, but you can't do it yourself. For some people, that's like a skill, like dancing or singing or something. People know what good or bad singing is, but they can't do it. Or there's like physical exercises. You can't make your body move in a certain way, but you know what you're supposed to do. Or you know what good writing is, or you know all of the theory of physics, but they ask you a question and you're like, I actually don't know. 2, I never have good ideas. I'm so sorry. I don't have good ideas about anything. I'm sorry, Burmy. Yeah, exactly. It's a really common thing. So you can know all of the theory about what makes a good parent or what makes good developmental environment for children. But when you're actually doing it, you might not have a good idea of what you should be doing. There also might be challenges that you haven't considered. And also you can be, I mean, being a parent is really, really fucking hard, I imagine. It must be really, really, really difficult. yeah, being a parent must be really, really difficult because you have to be, you are a full-time parent all the time, right? They're always there. They're not going to be anywhere else. They're always with you 24/7. And so if you have your own problems or you're stressed out or you have your own emotions, which everyone does because everyone's a person, you can let that overshadow your decision making. You know, you can yell at your kid or do something wrong, or you might struggle to have a skill. And a lot of the time, people who are psychologists because they're fucked up. You do it to figure out what's wrong with you a lot of the time. It tends to be a trend. Fact check me on that one. But still, there's something wrong with every single that's not true. That's not true. Maybe not now because I've learned about it, but there was in the beginning. so that's, you know, yeah. I am Hiroto. Welcome in. How are you doing? I'm half alien, half robot actually, and I have no feelings. Oh no. I'm sorry. Oh dear. Yeah, so if you have extensive theoretical knowledge, it doesn't necessarily know that you'll be able to do it. There's always a gap, and that gap can be significant. So, what else? You can always overanalyze. Okay, here's another one. Put a one in the chat if you've experienced this, either being taught or you teach someone else, where you know everything or they know everything about the topic. They know something about really, really, really high level. So when someone asks you a really basic question, or you ask a really basic question, they really struggle to explain it because they just know too much. I have a friend who's like an amazing engineer, but sometimes you ask him a question about something really, really simple, really, really basic, and he's very good at teaching, but he has to really, really, really think about it to make sure that he's not overcomplicating it. Yeah, absolutely. I know a lot of professors who are like that too. You ask them a super basic question and they give a really complicated answer because they just know too much. And it can be hard to teach. Exactly. So that can happen too when you're parenting. You can know everything about it, but you know too much. You're thinking too far ahead, or you're not thinking too ahead enough. Hiroto, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. So, and also you can overanalyze. This is another thing as well. You can overanalyze. So if your kid, for example, my kid gets in trouble. I don't have a kid. This is a hypothetical child. My kid gets in trouble in school almost every day. So I'm going to treat him as if he has ADHD, and I'm going to help him through that. But he might not have ADHD. I've just overanalyzed his behavior. He might phrase a certain thing. He might say a certain thing. And I think, oh, that's interesting phrasing. Why did he say that? And really, he's just not very good with his words because he's a fucking child. But actually, I've overanalyzed that and I thought, listen, we need to talk about this language. We need to talk about this. And actually, you don't. And the fact that you keep sitting down your kid, just an example, you might keep sitting down your kid being like, let's talk about this, let's talk about everything. That can accidentally, inadvertently infringe on their privacy, which you also know is a bad thing to do, but you do it anyway because you got to analyze the behavior, analyze the thoughts, analyze the feelings. Oh dear, your friend doesn't have enough kids. Your friend has too many. Your kid doesn't have enough friends. Your kid has too many friends. Your kid goes outside not enough, too much. The right amount. What's the right amount? Oh my God, this is good for this reason, but it's also bad for this reason. There's too much. And a lot of psychology is theory that is not unresearched, but a lot of psychology, there's no real right answer because we don't necessarily know yet. There's a replication crisis like there is in all science, but psychology is fairly new or the most misunderstood one so far. So it can be really, really, really difficult. Sometimes there's not one right answer. Things can be good and bad for different reasons, and it depends on the individual difference of your child. But your child is a child. They're still developing. So who knows what they're going to be like? Who knows who they are? Complicated. And if you know too much, that complicates it even more. And it can cause a lot of anxiety, which can stress you out, which makes you a bad parent. Or not a bad parent, but can cause problems with decision making. You might also have high expectations because you know what good development is. You know what good emotional and cognitive, which means thinking, anything that's not emotional basically, or it can be emotional. Anyway, thinking. They can have, you know what good emotional and cognitive development is for kids. And so if your kid isn't displaying that, you can get increasingly anxious about why not. Because you're a psychologist, right? You're doing all the right things. How come my kid isn't developing at this rate? And you can know that all kids develop at different rates, but you can get really anxious about it and you can take measures even though they might just be a late bloomer. The vibes, thanks for the follow. Or potentially you're just raising an idiot. And that's okay. You gotta let it go, man. Maybe your kids are stupid and that's fine. That's fine. Love them anyway. Oh dear, oh dear. Psychologists also have a super intensive job, especially if they deal with people. They can, if they're not researchers, if they deal with people, if they're therapists and stuff, then they're constantly listening to sad stories or depressed kids or depressed adults. And they're constantly taking on a lot of, not emotional burden, but they're listening to sad things all the time and trauma all the time. And usually they love it. They're good at their jobs or they find a way to dissociate with that, but it can be quite taxing, which means that for any job that is really taxing like that emotionally or time-wise, and it can be really time-wise taxing too, that can factor in. Personal issues, people, like I said at the beginning, people don't become psychologists for no reason. Usually people become psychologists to figure out what's wrong with themselves. So there's something wrong with them. That's not always true. Fact check me. And the final thing, finally, is boundaries. It is hard to be a parent and a psychologist and not be your kid's psychologist, if that makes sense. They say the same thing about relationships, right? It's hard dating a psychologist. You guys ask me that question all the time too. Is it hard being friends with you? Not that I'm a psychologist, but is it hard being friends with you? And some people say that, like I'll be talking to someone and they'll be like, I feel like you're analyzing me. I feel like you're psychoanalyzing me, which actually is very specific. It's Freudian and I always correct them on that because fuck you. But, and so people do ask me that, like, is it hard for the person you're in a relationship with to be in a relationship with you because you're always analyzing what they say? And sometimes it's kind of a factor. Sometimes, yeah. Especially because I can be wrong. And so I'll be super confident. I'll go in, I'll march so confidently, like you're doing this, you're projecting this. The reason you think this is because of something that happened yesterday and you haven't quite resolved that issue. And I know this about you because these are personality traits that you've exhibited before. And either I'm right, but it's just not helpful because do you know what if they're angry and they are projecting on stuff, do you know what's going to happen if you tell them that? They're going to get more angry. That's not helpful. Not helpful at all. Really bad. Or I'm actually wrong because I'm angry too. Corner, thanks for the follow. Have you seen Sex Education? Yes. Yeah, absolutely. On Netflix, where the main character's mum is a sex therapist. It is a really good show, but there are some problems with boundaries. Absolutely. Because she starts becoming the therapist at his school, right? So she talks to all of his friends about sex and stuff. And then she like gets quite involved in his private life too. You know, he had a problem with masturbation at one point in the show and she sat him down and was like, let's talk about it. And he was like, no, because there's a boundary there between being a psychologist and being a parent. And there are different expectations and different things you got to do. And sometimes that can be hard. It's hard to switch off. And also if you do know that something's wrong, you want to help, right? You want to help. Like my kid has a problem with their development. And I know what that problem is and I know how to fix it. But you also have to take into account that maybe your son doesn't want to talk about masturbation with his mother. So tricky one. Does having a lot of conversations with clients take a toll on the psychologist's health and seeps into personal life? I think so, yeah. For some people. How they balance it? Well, you have to... I don't know. I'm not a psychologist, so I don't have this first-hand experience. I would research this. This is just me. This is just what I think. But I think a lot of people are really good at distancing it. It's the same thing as surgeons, right? You have to distance that it's a human on the table, and you just got to do a good job. And doctors and stuff, because they see a lot of death and a lot of sadness. You just have to separate things in your head. But no, I've heard lots of stories, especially if something bad happens. So there's a therapist who was looking after a teenager, or was being the psychologist for the teenager, and the teenager ends up Sudokuing just slightly, and obviously that takes a toll. So she stopped working for like a couple months because she was like, shit. Oh dear. Dissociation, yeah, in a healthy way. Slightly? So they lived? No. Oh dear. Oh dear. It's a tricky one, but yeah, you gotta disassociate. And I guess it would also be quite satisfying to actually help. My therapist started seeing a therapist after they met me. Good for them. Therapy is good for everyone. The fuck is wrong with you? Oh dear. Hi, Lord. Welcome in. You put Twitch on a TV screen. Oh no, am I huge? Can you see all my paws? How many paws do I have? Well, happy Maddie's Lounge. 6. I have 6 paws. Oh no. Oh gosh. Hi B. What's your opinion on the phrase, a parent should be a friendly, warm wall? Oh, that's cute. I like that. I don't know. But I like that a lot. How many paws? All of them. Every single one. Every single day. Perry, what you're describing is not knowing too much. It's actually knowing too little about the limits of your knowledge and domain. The Dunning-Kruger. Is it? I don't think so. I could be wrong. Tell me more. So the Dunning-Kruger effect, if you don't know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is, it's a theory. It's just a theory. It's not backed up with evidence or anything, but it's a fun thing. It's a fun thing that's true for some people. But basically, it's a little graph. Let me show you. It's a little graph like that. And this is how much knowledge you have on the x-axis. And up here is how much confidence you have. So the more knowledge, the more confident you are. Except it's not quite a straight line. So you know a little bit about something, but you don't know what you don't know. So you think you know everything. What more is there? And you're at the peak of confidence. And they call this the Mount Stupid. They call this Mount Stupid. You think you know everything, but you actually don't because you don't know what you don't know. So you're super confident, but you're Mount Stupid. Mount Stupid. And then you start to realize, Hachi, thanks for the follow. You start to realize what you don't know, and you're like, shit, I was wrong, as you learn more and more and more. And then you have the pit of despair down here. The pit of despair, because you realize you actually know fuck all, and it's an infinite labyrinth of what you don't know, and how will you ever know about it, and you're feeling grief for the confidence that you last had. So it's the pit of despair. And then eventually you keep learning more and more and more and more.
Matty Party says, mine would just be a downward line where the confidence and knowledge meets down the bottom.
Oh
LUL.
no, Maddie, I'm so sorry. Thank you for the bits. And then eventually you learn more and more and more and more. Your confidence goes up proportionally, correctly, rightly, and then you level out at the plateau of knowledge. And that's when you sincerely don't necessarily know it. No one knows everything, but you sincerely know you're an expert in that idea. And then another cycle of despair, maybe. Maybe. So what I'm talking about when psychologists know too much and they overcomplicate stuff, that's right here. That's right at the end. They genuinely, sincerely do know too much. Some people are at Mount Stupid, so they think they know everything, but they apply it really, really poorly because they actually don't, and they're not complicating it enough. But there it is. Oh, true. That can be a thing as well. If you feel like you have some psych knowledge, you think everything is a psych issue and you can fix it. But you might not necessarily be able to. Yeah, sure. Sure. Like hammering a nail. That's true. Not necessarily the same thing, but definitely that's another thing, for sure. My favorite part about the Dunning-Kruger effect is no one uses the real representation of it. What's the real representation? Oh, this one? Confidence group. I feel like I need to read what this means. There's a bunch of different versions. That's the actual result. Did they do a study? I don't know anything about this. I've only ever seen that line. Did they do a study about it? Is this score on something? Competence group. So this is more of a... They represented it as lines, even though group. And there's a crossover. What does this mean? Perceived versus actual. So, oh, okay. Oh, I see. So the perceived score, how well they think they did, is higher, roughly. Or the gap. Oh, I see. Okay. I think, but I haven't read the study, so I don't know. But I think what this represents is that, so this line at the bottom is what they actually got, how well they actually did. And the line at the top is how well they think they did. And you see how the gap between how well they did actually and how well they think they did is wider the least competent they are. So the least they know, basically, the least actually competent, the least they know about an area, the better they think they did in comparison to how they actually did. And then right here in the highest group, there's a crossover, so they think that they did worse than they actually did. Because you see how actually it crosses there. So the most competent group, the best people, think they did worse than they actually did. I felt this. I mean, it's just anecdotal. It's just a theory. It's not backed up by any science or any evidence. But I have felt this in exams before. So like I used to feel really, not that I vote myself most competent or anything, but I always felt really insecure about exams because I would come out and everyone has different answers to me. And then I'd end up getting like 98%. And actually everyone just did worse. Because I would always think, oh shit, I did terribly. Everyone got different answers. That felt really bad. I don't have much confidence. I felt like their test was really, really hard. And I'd end up doing really well because I think what it is because I realized it was hard. And others didn't necessarily realize it was hard, which means they didn't really read the question properly. In maths especially, people don't necessarily read the question properly. You're doing the wrong thing. There was a research project once. I'm not humble brag. Not so humble, actually, just straight up brag. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Sue me, fire me, whatever. I did well in school, and what? My humbleness. I'm actually the most humble. But yeah, there was a research project. I tried, to be fair. I tried to help. But there was a research project I did about why certain musical sounds sound sad, like why timbres of certain instruments sound sad. So an oboe always sounds way sadder, regardless of what it's playing. Always sounds way sadder than a trumpet, for example. Even if they're playing the exact same thing, oboe sounds sadder. And it's to do with how much it's similar to different voice. It's about voices and intonation. It always has the kind of same vibe, if that makes sense. I'm being very vague, but that's what my research project was about. And I tried to tell the people in my group that the study that we did does not answer the question, why is the oboe sadder than other instruments? We compared like one tonality and then looked at the different notes, the different spread of frequencies that one note had, and then compared the spread of frequencies to others, and you found that it was a lower pitch, blah, 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 blah. But there were loads of other factors, and we didn't do enough samples, and we didn't do enough things. It was just the one comparison for the one note, for the one song. And I was telling them that this doesn't actually answer the question. So we needed to do further analysis. We needed to do more maths on it. We needed to change what the data was mathematically. I tried to tell them, and they said, no, it's fine. So their argument was that this proves this. And my argument was this proves nothing. And they got 60s and I got an 85. Just saying. Thank you. I'm going to stop bragging now. But what I'm saying is if you think something's harder than it is, you might be right and you might do better. Think about stuff more, maybe. Win. Thank you. Felt better. Felt good about myself. See you soon, Maddie. Thanks so much. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Is that a threat? I did the same study, but with the French. Oh, sorry. What? Call me. What was your study? What do you mean? What could you have done better to get full marks? It was an 85. Uni. It's an 85. A first class is 70. We don't really have full marks. It's not a percent. It's not out of 100. But 85 isn't 100. Shut up, Foing! You sound like my parents. Foing! Hi, Foing. How are you doing? Nice to see you. At uni, first class is the highest you can get, and that's a 70. So 85 is Fine. 85 is publishable. I'm fine with that. 85 is a 15% fail. I know. I know. I know. Anything above 70 is just bragging rights. Yeah, proportional bragging rights. Exactly. You can brag 1 point higher if you get a 71. 15 points higher if you get an 85. Don't forget extra credit. Why didn't you get 105? Le Chacla. Oh no. I'm looking down on your 85 while I'm scraping along with my 50. Hey, 50 is all that you need. Get that 2-2 boy and get out of there. Highest grade you got for a single module, guys? I got a 90 once overall. It was for film analysis, which was very rogue. I took it as like an elective. Fuck it, why not? Let's analyze some movies. So that was fun. I do not think my essay was good. But I'm not going to question it. You got 95, Ned? What the hell? If I got an 85, you fucked up almost a sixth of that paper. Yeah, a sixth of my paper was shit. Got a 95 on my favorite module. Jesus Christ, Fuchsia! Bloody hell, that's amazing. I've never ever seen a 95 in my life. That's incredible. Good job. What was the module? If your conclusion from every single research project is further study is needed, you may have a bright future. Genuinely. A bright future as a writer of funding grant proposals. Genuinely though, the conclusion of every single paper ever is more research is needed. Unless there's already thousands of papers and you're doing the 7th meta-analyses on the topic. Then maybe you're good with the research and you don't need to do any more. But you need to do more research. Thanks for the hydrate, Hiroto. I appreciate that. So there you go. There you go. But what are some mistakes that parents make? Tell me. As parents, especially if y'all are parents, what are some mistakes that you've made or you think you're making? Panic about it? Feel the anxiety? What are some mistakes that your parents have made? What are some mistakes that you think parents make all the time? And this is according to a bunch of papers that I read, but I'm not a parent, so pinch of salt. Tell me. Becoming parents. Mistake number 1. Overpraising the kids. Okay. The whole golden child thing is a problem. Yeah. For sure. What else? Having kids. Kappa already. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm glad that we're all in agreement. That's the worst thing. So being too so we've got having kids in the first place and being too nice. Really? that's Twitch chat's conclusion. That's the worst thing you can. Okay. Not trusting the kids enough. Sure. Hi, Real. Thanks for the follow. Absolutely. Helicoptering. Yeah, like always hovering around them and like covering them in wool. Metaphorically. Or literally. That would also be bad. Seen friends who have had an absent father come back into their life later on just to throw money at the problem, hoping the kids will love them. Oh, yeah. Neglecting the emotional needs. For sure. By the same token, underpraising them. Overpraising or underpraising? Sure. Absolutely. Too much criticism. Too much hovering. Helicoptering. For sure. Neglecting their progress. Not acknowledging when they're doing something right. The Oedipus complex. I mean, that would be bad. Yes. You're not wrong. Hitting their kids. Yes, that's bad. Hi, Real. But if you want to answer, I want a real opinion. If you what? Do you have an opinion? You want my opinion? I'm building to my opinion. Murder! That would be bad. Yes, that would be bad. You're smart. Of course you have good grades instead of just congratulations. Yeah, taking something for granted. Not appreciating their progress. Exactly. Or saying, oh yeah, you got into that uni, but only because you're rich. Only because we helped you do it. Or something. Not appreciating that they actually have their own autonomy, their own thoughts and feelings, and they might have worked hard for something. If you just assume that, of course, they're going to have good grades, then that builds also a really bad, like a lot of expectation that they always have to do that now. My opinion is more research is needed. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Always. I'm building my opinion. It's been over 3 hours, Perry. Has it been 4? Are we at the end of the stream? I didn't think so, Mew. Sorry. Oh no. You got banned because you started speaking Spanish. Oh, in English streams? Yeah, that's usually a rule. No Spanish in English streams. It's because they want to be able to easily moderate and they want to... Ads, never mind. And also builds up for a kid that's never proud of their accomplishments because it's just suspected. Yeah, absolutely. Cat random. Please don't bully the new people. Thank you so much. Also using hierarchy as an excuse to mistreat them. I gave birth to you. You should be grateful. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. I hate that so much. Oh, another thing that I don't like is my parents were worse. They should be proud of themselves if they're better than their parents, if they've learned things. They should be proud of their own progress as human beings. But that's not your kid's problem. Not your kid's problem. Okay? You don't need to tell your kids, oh, I beat you. Well, that's fine because my father beat me more. Stop. It's a low bar. Do you want a fucking medal? Like, what the hell? My parents were worse is the horrible. Yeah, that's real. It's not good. It's not a good argument. You need to fix yourself. In my time, we had an orange for Christmas and we were happy. Back in my day. Oh, sorry. I make you walk 40 minutes to school, even though it's a 5-minute drive and I could just take you. And I make you go in the snow and I never let you go out with your friends or anything like that. Oh, well, back in my day, we had to walk over hot coals, always uphill, both there and back uphill on fire. We had to swim through a volcano. Help your child. My parent never beat as hard as yours. That is not a good argument. No, it's really not a good argument. Yeah, not at all. No. Unfortunately, you're wrong because my dad beat me more. Oh, Felix. Oh no. Oh no. You'll understand when you have kids. Yeah. Oh yeah, the thing we talked about before as well. Not communicating, not telling the kid why. No, you're not allowed to do that thing. Why? Because I said so. Stupid. It's lazy. It's lazy. What it is it's lazy. You can't think about what your reason is. Or you don't have a reason. Then why is it a rule? Why are you saying no? If you don't have a reason. Or you're just too tired to think of what your reason is. Like, you know they shouldn't do it, but you can't really conceptualize it. How about you think about it for a second? Huh? No, okay, now being a parent is really, 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 really hard, and you are just people as well. Parents are just people too, so it's really, really, really hard. Like, I completely understand. Like, it's really tricky. Everyone's gonna make mistakes, but this is just a general thing. It's like a little venting session. I can tell my kids that my parents were better than theirs. Checkmate, stupid little children. Oh my god. Oh my god, Marty. Back in my days, to stream ourselves, we had to code our own platform. Oh gosh. Oh, the whole argument as well. This isn't just for between parents and kids, but the whole argument that I had to suffer, so should you. I had to pay for uni, so they're gonna abolish uni fees? The bastards. Back in my day, if you got this illness, you just died. So they shouldn't develop a cure. Stupid. Stupid. Just abolish uni. Just all uni. Just for everyone. Why, Calvin? Welcome in. Hi, Kipper. How are you doing? What's up? We don't want things to get better for our kids. Surely not. Surely not. If I'm willing to answer real questions. Do you have a real question? What's your real question? You scare me. You scare me a little bit. Just slightly. Just say. Real. TM. Capital R. Social progress is a crime against the previous generations. Genuinely, so many people have that mindset, and it's so silly. It's the silliest thing I've ever seen. Anyway. I started uni the year they changed it from 3K a year to 9K a year. Oh, Maya. You're allowed to complain about that because that is a bad thing. That's a bad change. I'm so sorry. Oh no. Why are people racist against those they don't understand? That's a big topic. Just to say, I think people have an English only rule on their chats because they want to be able to moderate people and they want to be able to have that open discussion. So we have an English only rule as well. And if someone doesn't listen to the rule and they keep doing it, regardless of what the rule is, not just that rule, but any rule, if they keep doing it after being told and stuff, then they do get banned, just in general. So that's probably why you got banned. Not to say that they weren't racist, because they may have been too, I don't know. And people are, and that sucks. It's bias. It's bias. It's confirmation bias after they've already got the bias. It's being what they're being told. It's lack of logic and it's bad personal experiences is the reason. Or some of the reasons. Yeah. We're letting out the secrets. Yeah. There's a lot of it. That's a really big topic. That's a really big issue. Yeah, parent mistakes, thinking with their kids as mini-me, trying to live vicariously through them. Absolutely. So I've got a few ones, the top mistakes here. I think we've talked about them actually a lot. So the one that you guys came up with, helicoptering, over control, over parenting, absolutely. Super strict rules. Now, of course, not being strict enough might also be a problem. Right? Because they might die. They're 3 years old. Like what you said before. Oh, you can walk. Off you go. That also might be a problem too. Lack of parenting as well. Yeah, that's a form of neglect. Letting them do whatever they want all the time can be dangerous. And there are some rules that you have to let them learn. There's some rules that you should teach. And it's very hard knowing there's a balance. And I don't really know where the balance is. But there is a balance somewhere. There's a trade-off. Very hard to know where exactly that is. But being too strict is a big mistake that parents make. It's actually way more common than being not strict enough. I think a lot of people now, I don't know, I think there's like a reaction, there's like a whole boomer thing going on, I don't like the whole generational divide gap thing because it doesn't make any sense. But just the word in terms of the stereotype, there's a whole boomer thing going on where people are very freaked out about being too easy on the kids. Back in my day, we have to be harsher on the kids so they learn. That's not true. The most common mistake is being too strict. Way more common, way more of a problem than being too lenient. According to the research, nobody knows what the balance is, I assume. Literally not a single person, Lemon. not one. I don't think there's a right answer, is the thing. I think it's different. Different for everyone, different for the kid. All kids are different, right? Kids are going to need different levels. Because kids are just parents. So, kids are just parents. Kids are just people as well, at the end of the day. More research is needed. we should have that as like a banner. I might get a poster, put it on the wall. More research is needed. Oh no, that makes it seem like that's about me. Well, it's true, but still. Anyway, yeah. So if you have really, really strict rules, it creates an environment of distrust. AKA, you don't trust them. They don't have privacy. They don't do this. They can't do anything they want. They don't develop their identity, their autonomy, because they're not allowed to go outside and try things and do things. It discourages creative thinking and creative self-expression and stuff like that. And also, they're going to fucking lie to you. Not everyone. Generally. If you have strict rules that don't make sense, and they cannot convince you otherwise, even if they're using logic, it means they don't learn to trust themselves. They don't learn to argue well. They don't learn how to communicate properly because you don't communicate with them. And they're just going to do the thing anyway. Because if you have a stupid, strict rule that they have to abide by, even though it doesn't make any sense, they're just either going to not do it or they're going to lie. No, you can't go out with your friends ever. They're just going to sneak out. They're going to sneak out and they're going to lie to you. Oh, I'm at the library. They're not at the library. No, I'd never touch drugs. They take all of the drugs. For sure. So, and that's way more dangerous, no? That's way more dangerous. The library's great fun though. There was a bar at uni called The Library. So you could genuinely tell people I'm at the library, but it's a bar. I think they're really common. I think they're everywhere. I love libraries. Me too. Stupid kids like me just follow the rules till I realize they didn't make any sense. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, exactly. So parents need to have rules that make sense. And I think also parents should be open. I've said this before, but I think also parents should be open to being wrong. And then that's also good because you're demonstrating humility and you're encouraging helpful, open communication. Now, if your kid's being a disrespectful little shit and they're screaming at you, even if they're right, I would double down. Fuck that kid. But if, not that I'm a parent, I don't know, that's just me. But if they're giving you logical, calm, good reasons, and you realize that you're wrong, I think you should change your mind. I think you should let them go to the party. Also, and this is the main reason why being too strict or being too authoritarian is a bad thing. Thanks for the hydrate random, I appreciate that. The main reason is because sincerely, it causes a sense of inadequacy and low self-esteem. Because there's an environment of fear. Too strict, too many punishments. Environment of fear, mistrust, can't talk to you, no one to talk to, maybe. So they just feel they have really low self-esteem. They don't, what you guys said before, they don't acknowledge when they do stuff good because you should have done that anyway. You did well in that test? Okay, good, but why aren't you studying for the next one? So they internalize this idea of low self-esteem and inadequacy, which means that basically just stays. And it can really make them struggle with their self-perception. It can cause other sort of mental health disorders later on down the line. It can interfere with relationships and job performance and confidence. Very bad. Sounds like every Asian household. I knew you would say that. I was like, oh, Byung's here. Byung's going to say that. Yeah, 100? Why did you get 105? Back to work. Genuinely. Okay, the second biggest mistake is neglectful parenting. And that actually doesn't mean being nice to your kids. I think people get confused between letting your kids get away with stuff and being neglectful. Neglectful is quite specific, or it's not specific, but there's specific things that come underneath it. Being neglectful can be a lot of different stuff. It can be emotional. And I think that's the biggest mistake that people make, or one of the biggest mistakes that people make, not realizing that neglect is emotional as well. See you soon, Hiroto. Thanks so much for coming by. Leave your kid in the car on the hottest day of summer. Well, that's also neglect. So there's physical neglect. Like you don't make sure their clothes are okay. You don't help them with making food or the laundry. I'm assuming kids that don't yet look after themselves. So, you know, providing for them a house, a roof over their heads, the heat, buying them things they need, helping them with school, etc. Those are like physical things. But neglect can also be emotional. And I think that's the biggest one that people neglect to realize, right? So emotional neglect is when you're just totally unavailable. Your kid runs upstairs crying. You don't go check on them. They're displaying all of the symptoms of something else, or of some sort of mental health condition. Your parent doesn't notice, doesn't realize, doesn't take you to get any help. Emotional neglect. Very, very tricky. Very tricky. Has a huge psychological effect. It's the same thing. Being neglectful is a form of abuse. Emotional neglect is a very, very valid, very common form of neglect, which is a form of abuse. And I think people don't necessarily realize the importance of that. Ignorant, oof, too real. Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, Leon. People don't necessarily realize the importance of that and the severity of emotional neglect because they don't necessarily believe that it's real. There's a whole like denial that you can be emotionally neglectful of your child. So long as I buy you things, I put a roof over your head. What are you complaining about? We gave you everything. How to deal with shitty parents as an adult? Oh god, I have no idea. Hi, I'm Alpha. Chat, ideas? How to deal with shitty parents as an adult? The shaming, the gaslighting. Didn't give them hugs or smiles. No, there was an experiment with a monkey. I told you about this before. So basically, there was an experiment with monkey babies, and the monkey mother. So there was two figures. I might be getting the details of this wrong, but that's basically what it is. There are two fake monkeys. They made a warm, cuddly fake monkey with all the fuzz. And there was a wire monkey. Neither of them actually looked like real monkeys. Neither of them. I think the fake one was like a square and it was pink or something. But there was a wire monkey as well. So cold, rough. But the wire monkey had food, or it had like a bottle of feed on it. You would assume that the baby monkeys would go towards the food, no? They didn't. They went to the fuzzy. They went to the warm fuzzy and they cuddled it and they ignored the food. Because comfort, love, cuddles, very important. And then they stopped. They all died. No. But yeah, they would actively choose the fuzzy, cuddly, warm monkey over the food. Well, who doesn't want the fuzzy? Exactly. And we're the same. Attention is really important. Communication is really important. Love is really important. And it doesn't matter how well you're fed or how well you're clothed or how warm your house is. Emotions are important to you. Don't hug your children, otherwise they'll starve. Write it down. That's the message. That's the moral. So, yeah. It causes profound emotional distress. These are my notes. And can also make people struggle with trusting relationships in the future. You don't learn how to be in a nice, healthy relationship. You don't see what a good relationship is. Social learning theory, we learn by demonstration. So if your parents are emotionally unavailable and they don't show a lot of empathy towards other people, you're going to struggle with empathy and being emotionally available too, which is going to affect future relationships. Very big problem. Is this why plushies are popular? Yeah. For adults too, I have a big fuck off cuddly seal and I love it. And I don't give a fuck, okay? Oh, Perry, you're old enough to not have toys. You're 20 something years old. You shouldn't sleep with a seal. I don't always sleep with a seal. Very rarely do I sleep with the seal, but I love the seal and you can absolutely get fucked. I love the seal so much and I'm not gonna apologize for that, okay? Oh. If the computer is allowed to do nothing, it will do nothing. When's one too old for plushies? I think never. We all like plushies, and I think people who are denying themselves plushies are lying to themselves and living in pain for no reason. I just joined the stream and Perry's attacking my traumas. I'm so sorry, Cara. Welcome. How are you? We can get through this. Oh no. My dad's emotionally unavailable, but my mum is very much the other way. I think I'm generally good with that. So it balanced out for you, Tim. Yeah, there you go. That's why usually kids, they say they're raised by the community, right? And that, because one parent or one community member might have a problem or they might struggle with something because of their parents or whatever it is. We're just people. We're all just people. But then it can be made up for by someone else. The community raises the baby. GG. I'm emotionless. I just cry at the gym or in bed. You cry at the gym. Sorry, I don't mean to laugh. You cry at the gym? I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh. We're human after all. Or are we dancer? Exactly. Okay, the next big mistake the parents make. Inconsistent discipline. This is an attachment theory thing. But it's true for all the time, for all ages. Inconsistent discipline. So, attachment theory was researched by Bowlby, a psychologist called Bowlby, back in the 20th century, whatever. Anyway, basically what it is it describes a kid, a toddler, specifically toddlers, and how parents interact with the toddler, and therefore how they view the world and how they behave. So, there are lots of different kinds of attachment that he realized, and he categorized different behaviors of the kids based on the parents. So what they would do, actually, let me show you. We haven't done this in ages, so I feel like it's fine. I want the actual study, not people talking about it, because I can tell you about it, but I want to show you the actual thing. Is this it? No. Is this it? Yes. Okay. Come here. So this is the experiment. I don't know if this guy's about to explain it, but I'll explain it for you. This is the experiment. So the researchers are on this side of the glass where we are, and this is a room. So they have toys in the middle of the room, and they basically bring little toddlers in. And what they do is they make the mother, it's just mothers for this one, but any primary caregiver, they make the mother leave. They observe how the baby behaves. The mother comes back and they observe how the baby behaves when the mother comes back. And kids react in different ways, and he managed to categorize those ways based on their attachment style. So how well they deal with attachment to their primary caregiver. Have a little look.
This experiment, which I watched through a two-way mirror, is designed to gauge how secure is the crucial relationship between mother and child.
And that bunny will be on top.
The value of the test has been established in studies that would watch a child, 1-year-old, and then follow it up and interview them about their relationships to their parents when they were 21
Look at the
years
baby.
old. So we're quite confident in the long-term significance of this relationship.
I didn't realize that, actually. I forgot about that. I've seen this video so many times. They long-termed it. They checked up with the kids when they were 21. Cool. So they say that the attachment style, you're going to see about that later, but the attachment style has effects on, or can be a predictor of various behaviors in the future. So that's how they know that it will affect your relationships later on. Some people say that it's a predictor of people who go to prison and who will do crimes. That is very tenuous and not evidenced at all. But anyway, let's go.
After several minutes' play, the mother is signaled to leave the room.
Lord, thanks for the follow. Here she goes.
I'll get you back in 1 minute.
She's very distressed when the mother goes. Kid crying.
It's upsetting for you. Shame, I feel.
Yikes.
But she'll survive.
Trauma. He says she'll survive. It's fine. This is the good old days of
the
studies.
experiment is the child's reaction to her mother's return.
Mother comes back. She seeks her for comfort.
The important clue is whether
And now
the
she feels
baby's
better.
able to become calmed down by the contact with the mother, get back to play. Sometimes it takes a couple of minutes. But you see, when the mother was out, she was only interested in the mother, no interest in the toys. Now she has a contact with the mother. She's beginning to show a little interest in the environment.
That's a secure attachment, this one.
And shortly, she'll be right back with the toys where we started.
So you would call this a secure one?
Yes, yes.
She's certainly much happier.
Now remember that one. Swag, thanks for the follow. So you might think, oh, being completely uninterested in everything else and only needing the mother and being completely useless when the mum's not there is a bad thing, but they're 1 year old. So that's secure. And the important thing, as you said, was how they react to the mum when he comes back. Can the kid be comforted? Will the kid be fine? And you're going to see in later ones. Hopefully, this is only 3 minutes, so hopefully, yeah.
Now, we sent the mother right back in.
This is a new
The
kid.
point here is not to distress the baby. We're just trying to challenge it. The baby puts her hands to her face.
I think it's a good indication. I don't know about this guy at all, but I think it's a good indication that he refers to the babies as it. Good old days of psychological research. Bogart, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So this is a new child. The mother's gone, and now she's about to come back.
A sad expression. Puts her face down.
Oh.
When she picks her up, she keeps her head
gonna
down, her
cry.
arms out, and then she sits in the chair holding the baby.
The kid can't be
baby's still
comforted.
sullen. He's low key.
So you would call this insecure
Yes,
attachment?
insecure. He's avoidant.
Avoidant.
He's not engaging her, and it's not the reunion's not effective. And it's important to remember here that the thing that upset
Basically, the mother leaves, and the kid feels betrayed. And can't be comforted, and now doesn't want anything to do with the mother. That's insecure avoidant.
him was her absence. Her return should be the solution to his problem. Now this is another pattern.
Oh my god, I thought that was a baby
see
for a second. It's a
in
doll.
Babies who are not good at using their mother as a secure base at home. This baby is also insecure. But you'll see, we got a look at his play before the separation. The mother's left.
And now she's come back.
When she returns, she picks him up. He can't calm down. He's still upset. She offers a toy to amuse him or to comfort him or to distract him, and he slaps it away. She offers another. He slaps it away. He's angry.
Little bro.
We call these babies resistant or ambivalent because they both want her back and yet can't use the contact. We think that the difficulty is that in the past, when he sought comfort, she's been inconsistent as to whether she's available and responsive or not.
So those were secure. So secure is, to summarize, because it's very, like, there's lots of words, and I get confused between this all the time. Secure is when they want the mum, they're upset when the mum's gone. The mum comes back, they're fine again, and they can play. Insecure can either be the mum comes back and yeah, exactly that. I knew I couldn't trust this bitch, and doesn't care and just doesn't want to, and just is sad and is like, whatever, you betrayed me. I don't care about anything anymore. Depressed baby. And ambivalent is also insecure. Ambivalent is when they come back and they're just freaked out. They just can't calm down at all. They're angry. They're freaked out. They don't trust. It's also, I knew I couldn't trust this bitch, but they're scared about it, basically. Instead of being upset, they're scared about it. And so one comes from not really being there ever, but being, you know, consistent about not really giving the kid the attention they need all the time. And the other comes from being super inconsistent. So sometimes they give all the attention that they need and they're doing it in the right way, and sometimes they're not. Which means the kid can't trust that the mother's always going to be there. The kid can't trust that she's going to react in the same way. So with a secure attachment, that kid always knows that if they need the mother will come back. And the mother will do everything right and give the kid the attention he needs every single time. So that way they're very happy to play by themselves. They get upset when the mother leaves, they all do. And when it comes back, they're like, cool. Insecure is they don't know that the mother's going to give them everything they need when they come back. Because they either haven't ever, or they're really inconsistent with it. So they either get really upset or really angry and freaked out. And they think, and obviously, like, yeah, don't begrudge the mothers in this, because it's really, 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 really difficult. They could be working a lot. They could be, like, upset a lot. They could be really stressed out. It's really difficult, especially being inconsistent. It's like they have feelings too. They have stuff going on as well. Like, it's really, really, really tricky. And there's so much pressure to get it right. Yeah, absolutely. Especially in the first few years, they're super formative. It's so important. And this video really freaks me out, and it's a big reason why I don't want to have kids, because there's so much pressure. You kind of have to get it right. You kind of have to, because they checked up with these kids when they were 21, and it did have long-term effects. Now, the long-term effects are challenged, and we don't know how accurate they are. And also, it's not just to do with what they were like in the first few years, even though they're super formative. If they're like that in the first few years, it's more likely that the parents will be like that the entire time. So I feel like you could change it and then be fine and negate it later, but I don't know. You're with me? Awesome. Yeah, there is a third type, actually. So that's secure and insecure, different variants of insecure, but secure and insecure. There is a third type, and I forget what it's called. I forgot what it's called completely. Maybe you guys know what it is. Avoidant was a form of insecure. So you've got secure, and then with insecure, you've got avoidant, and maybe it's anxious? I don't know. I'm not sure. Disorganized. Oh, that rings a bell. I think you're right. Ambivalent and resistant is a form of insecure again, so we've already covered those. But yeah, I think disorganized. There's also uncategorized too. That's just everyone else. Maybe it's anxious. I don't know. There's a third type. The third type is a real problem. And in the other cases, you can kind of forgive them. Others, everyone's different, and you can negate it later, and it doesn't mean they're a bad parent. But the third type is when I don't remember exactly what it looks like, but it's one that really indicates that they're being abused. Let me see if I can find it, because I don't necessarily remember. Psych to go. Dismissive, avoidant. This is a cool cartoon. I'm trying to scroll for because something will ring a bell for me.
An illusion, because humans need connection in order to survive. As a result, people with an avoidant, dismissive attachment style have very few close relationships.
So we covered that already. 4.
Number 4.
Fearful. There you go. You were right. Fearful. Okay, so this is the third type.
Avoidant. People with a fearful, avoidant attachment style experience a delicate mixture, fearing being both too close or too distant from their lover. They can be unpredictable.
So this is about relationships,
and are
not
often
parents.
overwhelmed by their own emotions. They understand they have to approach others in order to find love, but when people get too close to them, they often hurt them. They fear being abandoned, but struggle with being confident in their partner and relying on them. They face a lot of...
This usually, when you see this in toddlers, this usually comes from them being abused. And remember, emotional neglect is a form of abuse, so it could be that. I don't want to say just because it's really serious, but it could be that, rather than them getting absolutely beat up 24/7. But still, oh, cool, it me, yay! Sorry. Hi, Ben, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Hi, Nefa, how are you? What's up? So, yikes. That's the secret third one. They get the worst of both worlds. Yeah. So this video is about now as adults in romantic relationships. Now, it's not, I don't know, it's not really established properly whether or not it really affects that. People do talk about that a lot. It's more pop psychology to talk about like how different attachment styles that you have right now, because it really only applies to toddlers in the first few years of their life with their primary caregiver. When you talk about attachment styles, that's what it means. And that's what it's talking about. So everything else, it can be predictors, there can be correlation, but it's not really shown properly. I believe it's not really proven at all that it's something you have right now. But like a lot of theories that aren't necessarily fully validated, it can be useful. If you recognize your behaviors in this, then a lot of the advice probably that pages like this might give you could actually genuinely be useful. So it's not necessary. It's not like, oh, dismiss it completely, but it's all contextual. Yeah, the way that your parents treated you in the first few years of your life aren't necessarily good indications of what you're like now. I mean, the worst thing, I think, is when they use it, attachment style in the first few years of your life, they use it as a predictor of whether or not you're going to go to prison or how well you're going to do in school. And that's not necessarily fair. That's not fair. And it puts way too much pressure on parents in the first few years, right? It's not fair and it's not validated. And like, this can be useful for you as an adult if you recognize yourself in this, but it's not necessarily, yeah. It's about toddlers. Endless, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. But yeah, that's why I talk about this. Because a big mistake that a lot of parents make is inconsistent discipline. It is better to be too strict, genuinely. According to the research, that's just me, fact check me, whatever. It is a little bit better to be too strict always than to be strict sometimes and not strict the next time. Especially if it's about the same thing. Like your kid makes a joke, or you as a kid makes a joke, and one time your parent laughs and praises you, and the next time you're sent to your room and you have detention. Because what it teaches the kid is that it's not safe and they have no idea how the parent's going to react, which means they're always walking on eggshells all the time. And that's a really stressful environment to live in. And it makes them really anxious, which might lead to development of different disorders later. So there you go. There you go. The research of attachment is well-grounded and valid, but with adults it becomes way more nuanced, and people can earn secure attachment when they were insecure. Oh yeah, Jimmy, that's a really good point. Absolutely. So you can change. You can change it. And also, similarly, you can become way more secure. You're not doomed forever. That's another problem with saying, oh, it links to adulthood, because you're not doomed to be a certain way for your entire life. You can earn or you can change. You can grow and you can become secure. At the same time, all relationships are super important. So if you have a friendship or you get into a romantic relationship and they treat you inconsistently or poorly, you can develop an insecure attachment style. It can go the other way too. You gotta stay safe out there. But yeah, there's not as much pressure on the parents as is believed. You know, I always say you can blame your parents for everything if you try hard enough, which is true. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that's fair. Like, you can, if you wanted to. But you wouldn't necessarily be completely right. Anyway, so there you go. There you go. And there's a few other things as well, but we've done separate streams on this before. There's a few other things like parentification. Basically what that means is you change the boundary of the relationship, so you make the kid look after you. you share too much personal information with the kids, so they have to comfort you, or they have to take care of the bills, they have to look after you, they have to look after their siblings. And what that does is it takes away their freedom to be a child. So they take on too much responsibility at too young of an age. It's called parentification. It is a form of abuse. Abuse is something that can happen accidentally. It doesn't necessarily mean that people are doing it on purpose. Parentification can occur because a parent is in a really bad spot or just doesn't know. But they're still good in every other way. That's what happened to you. I'm sorry, Helio. Yeah, that's the same thing. There's also something called triangulation, which is when you bring the kid in too much to conflicts. So the parents are arguing and they bring the kid in. What do you think about this? Not good, not good, not good, not good. And there's also something called enmeshment, which is when you're way too involved. It's boy mums. You know about boy mums? We did a stream on it. We're best friends. We do everything together. He's my little man. I'm gonna be really sad the day that some other woman replaces me. Dude, you have to... They're different people. Let them be free. Oh, no. It can lead to suffocation. It can lead to resentment. And they don't develop a proper sense of identity and autonomy at the stages that they're supposed to. And that's it. That's it. So can psychologists, wrapping it back around to our title, these are just general parenting things. But before, are psychologists worse parents? Overall, this is my opinion. The research is very, very, very scarce, so I cannot say for certain. Based on all the theories, overall, my opinion is that in general, psychologists will be better because they'll know about all of this. I think the biggest reason why parents make so many mistakes like this is because they just don't know. They don't know that this is a bad thing to do, or they don't realize. Whereas psychologists will know. Especially, I'm talking about developmental child psychologists, they'll know about it. So there's loads of other problems that I mentioned with psychologists. There's loads of reasons why they could be worse. Overcomplication of stuff, looking into stuff too much, having boundary issues, stuff like that, not separating between the psychologist and the parent, or stuff like that, not realizing, being too much all the time. Or just having the really stressful, really emotionally taxing job, right? But there's loads of reasons why psychologists might make bad parents. I think overall, they would probably have a tendency to be better. But everyone's different. And you can't make general, grand, sweeping statements. But that's just me. What do you think? Worse parents. What do you think? And you might have your own experiences. You might know your own stereotypes. I've given you all of the information about all of it. All of the information I know, at least. Better. And you're not allowed to say the same. The real answer to this question, the real answer is that everyone is different, and there are going to be bad parents and there are going to be good parents regardless of their profession or knowledge. It's a normal distribution of dickheads. But you have to pick a side. Pick a team. Pick a side, any side. I actually shouldn't have given you my opinion before. I'm sorry, I skewed this poll. I shouldn't have given you my opinion before I polled it. Sorry. I primed you. Hi, Jack. Hi, Willem. Welcome. Is there a 50-50 option? No. Pick a side. Pick a team. Fences are for pussies. Hi, Ma. Hi, Hector. Sometimes they're really bad parents, but not on average. Do you think maybe, I don't know. Again, it's just stereotypes from movies that I'm basing this on, to be honest, but because the research is not really there. But do you think that psychologists might be more prone to extremes? So they'll either be more than other types of professions or other types of parents. They might be more prone to either being really bad or really good. There might be less middle for them. I would love to do research on this. Because you can make some very nice normal distributions, couldn't you? And I think maybe the normal distribution or the graph for psychologists might be flatter. So there's more at the extremes. Whereas other people might be. Maybe. But then you could say the same thing. There's so many different professions that can impact someone's ability to parent, like being a military parent or having a really stressful job versus having a really good job, working with kids, not working with kids. Trade-offs, for sure. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. So you guys, actually good. Okay, good. I'm happy about this because it means you weren't primed by me. on average, it's fairly in the middle. I think because the correct answer is somewhere in the middle, right? But I think this is fairly 50-50. But you guys actually edged it slightly with the worst. You think psychologists make worse parents. Could be. You might be right. When the more research is done, we'll update this and see what we can find. But that's cool, because I'm sure people will. They'll research ability to parent. What if your dad was the guy that thought of the knife missile? What is a knife missile? That sounds terrifying. I'm just imagining one fuck-off knife that can travel the same distance as a missile. Just throw the biggest knife ever very far. But he was nice to you. So you developed the knife missile. The Nike missile? But he was nice to you. I think he'd be fine. I think he'd be fine. What's a knife missile amongst friends? At the end of the day. What's a single knife missile? I want you guys to start thinking about what's the word? I want you guys to start thinking about songs to do with parenting. Just right now. Just right now, please. Just do it right now. Controversial. Are smart parents better parents? Oh yeah, good point as well. Does intelligence... Well, intelligence is so complicated. Like, how do you even define intelligence? But in general, that would be fun. Does intelligence affect ability to parent? Does it make it worse? Does it make it better? Excellent questions. Oh, we're like for real 50-50. Cool! I love it when that happens. I hate to leave on such a what's the word? Such a divided note. Well, chat. Thank you so much for the stream today. If you like what you see, remember to follow. If you don't, do it anyway. Twitter for announcements, Instagram for pictures, and Discord for everything else. Go to TikTok and YouTube, and I post regularly, so make sure to subscribe. And the next stream is tomorrow at 1 p.m. BST. Be there or be square. Thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow. Spam that red message. Be super nice to Crystal because it is her birthday. Birthday stream. Yeah. Birthday. Yeah. Birthday. And that's the stream. That's the stream. I'm not gonna do singing because my throat doesn't. I'm a little sick. I think so my throat is not good. But spam that rave message. Be super nice. And also I lied. Fucking Wonderwall. Why not? What are you gonna do? Fire me? That they're gonna throw it back to you. By now, they should have somehow realized what you gotta do. And I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. See you tomorrow. Backbeat, the word is on the street that the fire in your heart is out. And I'm sure you've heard it all before, but you never really had a doubt. And I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do. We've raided. Bye everybody! See you tomorrow!